Please welcome to the stage Cyra Levenson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Cyra Levenson, and I'm the Deputy Director for Education and Public Engagement here at the Guggenheim, and very, very excited to have this opportunity to welcome so many incredible guests to join us for what will be a fascinating and stimulating day. So this morning, as I was thinking about what to say and thinking about the moment that we're in, I felt like I needed guidance. So I turned to the place that I often go to, which is a deck of cards created by the artist Rose B. Simpson. And if you don't know her work, you can go to Madison Square Park now or Inwood Hill Park and see an incredible installation. But the cards were designed as part of a residency that she had at the Fabric Workshop in Philadelphia. And I'll read you how she suggests that you use them. Propose a question. Hold it in mind with intention. Draw 3 cards. The direction and the order of the cards emerge, that the cards emerge matters. Lay them down accordingly. Consider the composition gifted to you. Direction, movement, reference, weight. Consider the negative and positive space. They all relate to your request. So I asked Rose's cards what would be useful and relevant for all of us to think about as we started today. And I got this one first, which you may not be able to see if you're in the audience, but you should be able to see in the live stream. It's 3 intersecting circles of different weights, different shapes, but they overlap with each other. Then I got this one, which is 3 plus shapes lined up at the bottom of the card with a sort of open space of emptiness or possibility above them. And then I got this one, which is a sort of circular shape with 2 surrounding spheres and then a couple of dashed lines in the center, kind of off kilter. And as I was thinking about the cards, I felt that they did actually say what I wanted to say today, which is that point 1, this event is about bringing generous and inspired thinkers and doers from different disciplines with different vantage points, but all here because they're committed to social, environmental, and spatial justice, and we're here to look at the intersections. And card 2, the pluses. We know that if we put this work and our thinking together and in dialogue, it amounts to a sum that's greater than the parts. And lastly, that we cannot afford to think in separate spheres, allowing individual interest to guide our decision-making, our interdependence and our collective action, guided by a caring for the whole organism, is the shift in thinking that we need to make. So to our partner, Beatrice Galilee, who will come on the stage in a minute, the founder and director of the World Around, I want to extend a tremendous thank you for bringing this event to us here at the Guggenheim. We've been co-partnering to host it for 4 years, and we're very, very proud of the speakers that we've brought to the stage and the dialogue that has ensued. And that work is possible because there are many people working round the clock behind the scenes to make that happen. Here at the Guggenheim, that's our visitor services staff who you met when you came in, the operations, the security teams, our curatorial, our development teams, our communication teams, and our incredible public programs and theater teams led by Brenda and Jennifer Yee, Alan Seiss, and Leila Amigi, who you will see throughout the day. They organize this event and make it possible for us all to be here and comfortable together. I'd also like to thank our trustees and the leadership team of the institution who support the mission of the work that we do. And lastly, but absolutely not least, all the speakers who've come a great distance to be with us here today and to share their practice and to get us thinking about things that maybe we haven't considered yet together in an incredible and productive way. If you are here in person, the restrooms are over to the right here. We ask you not to use flash photography if you can resist. And we'll have a couple of breaks. There's a cafe upstairs, and you saw from the ramps how you can get out back to the street if you need to. And for those who are tuning in virtually, thank you so much for being with us. We'll have breaks between the sessions, and we have live Q&A and information about the speakers that are coming up. And I just want to end by repeating something I've said at our previous convenings, which is to notice is a privilege and a responsibility. To not notice is a sign of privilege. I recognize that we stand on Mannahatta, traditional territory of the Lenape Nation. I also recognize that our gathering today in the digital space requires resources from the land that come at a cost to our planet, and that we must be careful in considering this as our investment in technology grows. With that cheery note, I ask you to all join me in welcoming Beatrice Galilee to the stage to kick off our event. Thank you so much for being here.
Please welcome to the stage Beatrice Galilee.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Beatrice Galilee. I'm the Executive Director and founder of The World Around. I'm very proud to welcome you here to the 2024 Summit, our 5th annual summit, and the 4th here with our good friends here at the Guggenheim. Thank you so much to Cyra and the whole team for having us here once again. The World Around is an organization dedicated to the exemplary work of architects and designers of our time. We champion and amplify a global spectrum of often interdisciplinary designers, but also practitioners ranging from traditional building practices to climate mitigation, engineering, landscape architecture, food justice, video game design, contemporary art. Our organization collaboratively produces and curates public programs all over the world, and we make them available to everybody online and on our website and archive and library. The World Around also organizes the Young Climate Prize Mentorship Program, which connects young people under the age of 25 from anywhere in the world with a mentor from the design and architecture community, many times from our roster of past speakers. We do all this because we believe the very best architecture and design, no matter where it's from, no matter how famous or unknown the author, can make a meaningful, positive difference in our world. We're proud to shine a light on the good work being done and to connect us all as a global community in an ever more challenging and complex world. Building something good is hard, and building something exceptional is worth celebrating. We believe the projects assembled here today can give hope to us all as we see the hard work and inspiring efforts of the best in our field coming together. At its heart, The World Around is trying to answer the question of why architecture matters. I'd like to profoundly thank our partners here at the Guggenheim for being such a major part of the history of our organization. I also note that partners from our other institutional partners are also here tonight, so thank you to Eric Chen and Justin McGurk from Rotterdam and London, respectively. We also have in the room members of our first cohort of the Young Climate Prize. Welcome, Alphonse and Sophia, and thank you for being here with us today, as well as many of the mentors of the Young Climate Prize program. I know many of the people in this room have traveled far to come with us today, but I also want to acknowledge all the people watching online with our media partners, Dezeen, and with our collaborative partners, the Graham Foundation in Chicago. We know there's people watching in London, in Hanoi, in Dublin, Nigeria, all over the place, so welcome, and we hope you enjoy the program. I'd like to also acknowledge the transformative impact of our global cultural partners, Fondation Cartier, with whom we've been working for more than a year and with many more hopefully to come. I also warmly welcome our new partners, the Italian furniture company Unifor. I thank the Graham Foundation, and I thank our community of the World Around Giving Circles. Without you, this program would not be possible. I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank our board of directors, and I ask you to join me in welcoming our board chairman, Adam Flato, our board members, Elizabeth Diller, Vishan Chakrabarti, John Haskell, and Peter Dillon. If we could give them a warm welcome and a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much for all you do to support me and our team. I'm so proud of everything that we've done as a community at the World Around, and we'll be marking our 5th year as an organization later this year at the Park Avenue Armory for our 2nd annual fundraiser. So first, our summit begins with an examined world, the present of architecture that examines the people who are looking at the world around us in a very close way. That is a range of people from building projects to material scientists. We'll follow people that are reflecting on how to contend with the social, technological, and political currents around us that face us and also inform their practices. Context emerges not just as a cultural frame of reference here, but as a material resource, an entry point for investigation, and a testing ground for new forms of living in the world. We begin our tour in Yangzhou in China, where we'll visit a retreat where Neri&Hu have utilized reclaimed materials to give tradition and new expression to an existing building complex. Domain Barnes will give historical context too to a long-abandoned tower in Memphis that's being transformed into a center of Black innovation, establishing a permanent base where the lineage of creative industries can continue. Then we were going to visit a rural village outside of Hanoi, where architect Neri&Hu will draw on Vietnamese folklore and traditional craft to hold a space where a threatened cultural heritage can endure. Panning down to South America, we will join investigative journalist Ernesto Picco on his field studies in the Lithium Triangle, where industrial mining operations aim to power the green transition are coming under question. And we try to draw attention and examine the damaging environmental and human impact of this process. Meanwhile, in Accra, Ghana, an architectural scientist, Mae-ling Lokko, experiments how to scale bio-based materials in search of these non-extractive economies. Returning to NYC, here in Brooklyn, we will join Friends of the World Around So Ill to revisit a trilogy of newly built housing projects in which their architecture frames the connections and interactions of urban life. To end the session, philosopher Emanuele Coccia will offer his reflections on the psychological and cultural significance of our homes, and we'll learn how these time-old typologies may adapt to emerging forms. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I hope you enjoy this first session, and I ask you to welcome our first speakers, Lyndon Neri and Hu. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Hu and Lyndon Neri.
Whoa, I cannot see you guys. Maybe that's better. All right, so we have 15 minutes. Well, thank you, Beatrice, for inviting us to be part of the World Around. Great place to be at this modern masterpiece. I am Lyndon Neri, and this is my partner, Hu. Our short talk today will focus on the prefix re. Re is a crucial prefix today because it signifies the abstract idea of do again, reflect, re-edition, recycle, regenerate, reimagine, and many other re's that you can think of. Many of our projects fall under the category of adaptive reuse and forces us to confront the complex questions of history, heritage, identity, and culture. The rapid growth in China's urbanization have created unprecedented speed of construction and vast development. You can kind of see in that image, both in the Jia Zhangke's film and the photograph by Nadav Kandar of this particular condition. 1 out of 6 families in China have been evicted and relocated since 1990s. Again, those conditions are quite clear in both Kandar's photograph and Jia Zhangke's film, Still Life. Naturally, with the rapid growth, urbanization starts to change the landscape of cities and altering the texture of daily life, giving rise to new notions of urban life. In fact, the title of these photographs are called Sunday Picnic, Sunday Afternoon, quite interestingly enough. This is not just an urban problem. On the rural side, China's vernacular villages, which is a very important part of the family construct of China, has been seriously threatened from 3.7 million villages to 2.6 million, an average of 300 villages per day the last 10 years from 2000 to 2010. It has stabilized since then because there's this renewal and understanding that perhaps the rural construct is a very important aspect of the country. There are 4,000 cultural relics deemed as intangible cultural relics in China. 80% of them are in the rural area, and yet nothing has been done to many of these. You can kind of see in this image, empty chairs here represent an absent family members who has left the village to pursue opportunities in cities. Only 47% of rural migrants are willing to return to their farms. In fact, as of 2 years ago, it has come down to about 35%. Only 3% among those born after 1990. Circling back to the city that I was talking about, Michael Wolff's photography that captures this alarming trend of urbanization producing anonymous cities and the disappearance of personality. Image on the right is our home, a typical Shanghai alleyway, the threshold between tradition and modernity. How do we confront the past, this history? Working in such a city, such a state, how do we confront the past, this history that must also look towards the future and bring the city to its future? This is the context in which we intentionally practice. As a practice, we are constantly trying to insert meaning into our projects from these contexts, both geographically and historically.
To show how our office began that exploration that Lyndon just talked about within that context, I'm starting with the Urban Renewal Project, a Japanese police headquarters from the 1930s, originally ready for demolition, was reconsidered. And that started as a ruin, a reconsideration of a ruin, like, a muse that elicits visceral experiences to reconnect the city to its past. It's not so much about saving any history, but just that a useless remnant could be somewhat reused. Can we bring up the music just a bit? And this is that main entry door, and after you enter, you arrive at the lobby in this 19-room boutique hotel. Calvino wrote in Invisible Cities, arriving at each new city, the traveler finds again a past of his that he did not know that he had. The foreignness of what you no longer are or no longer possess lies in wait for you in foreign, unpossessed places. The architectural concept behind the renovation rests on a very clear contrast of what is old and what is new, also blurring of the interior and the exterior, blending the public and private realms, creating a disorienting and yet refreshing journey. Each of the 19 rooms are uniquely different in size and layout and the view it offers. And the building sits on the Huangpu River, so that there's an additional fourth and roof level that are made in Corten steel, and that's the view that you see into the river, echoing this industrial ship, echoing the different industrial ships that frequently pass by. It's a busy and working port city. And what you see across is the Pudong area. The roof garden, shown here, overlooks that Pudong high-rises and grows also herbs for the garden, for the restaurant below. These courtyard shutters are made from recycled wood found on the existing rooftop. And we made different visual connections of unexpected spaces, not only to help one discover and explore, but also to provide some kind of a flexibility to the interior functions. From ramps that move up and down the atrium, one gains unconventional perspectives into other territories. This may have compromised the room interior, because the rooms are smaller, but this encourages guests to wander out of their private rooms and promote more chance meetings of people like you would in a city. And you will here find lots of stairs, some stairs that lead to nowhere, and it's a way to remind guests that the history of this building and also the city is very much like wandering around the stairs. And if you find nothing there, don't worry, just leap up another flight of stairs. That's a quote by Kafka. The project we really want to dwell on today is a project in Qingpu, Yangzhou, it's a retreat. In contrast to the Water House, this is a scenic rural town in Yangzhou. The site looks like this. It's long dilapidated by the time we got it. And the program was to design a 20-room wellness retreat. So we studied some vernacular conditions, and we chanced upon a nearby relic called Geyuan. This is a crucial reference because it's a private garden that's found in the city, built by a salt merchant, and it's a manifestation of the Taoist ideal of being one with nature. And here you see that the kind of nice square traditional organization of a Jiangnan garden area. And the most dramatic feature is this one, the fire lanes. It's deemed as auspicious because in the sound of the fire lanes, it means rising in ranks and also getting rich. And from vernacular architectural elements like these to moments of framing, that's how we establish this project.
So the design brief called for adapting to the footprint of previously demolished buildings, meaning although the buildings are no longer there, we were mandated by the planning board to keep the foundation of the existing building. This was the existing site plan that we inherited, and with the salt merchant's house inspiration, we actually integrated the grid within the particular site, and thus our new intervention. Aerial view with adjacent ponds and waterways become part of the total landscape. We were able to borrow views way beyond the perimeter walls. Many of the building roof lines are confined within the heights of the wall, just low enough so that they are not visible from outside the compound, as you can see in this next slide. This wellness retreat in Yangzhou is built on literally a ruined site, as one would argue, on the footprints of numerous demolished buildings. Recycled bricks from neighboring villages were used throughout the building. You arrive here from the entry, from the parking lot, then enter to the few courts, the more public component of the project, and then the general, more private initiative. You enter the covered walkway or alleys reminiscent of the traditional Yangzhou houses. From the walkway, you enter into the public spaces like the outdoor theater as seen in here, also the water garden, the bamboo garden. You can go through with the alleyways that we just showed you a while ago. This particular image is one of the courtyard, the main entry, where you enter. To the left is the reception, the interior of the reception with a lot of the furnitures that were made locally. Viewing from above, you see the structure within the gridded walls. Above the walkways, you see the structure within the gridded walls. Some public spaces, the dining hall outside, other amenities that supports this particular building in itself. Extra rooms confined within the walls itself. One of the semi-courtyard spaces, this particular condition are interstitial spaces between the walls and the rooms. As a practice, we also believe in the multidisciplinary practice of architecture, and therefore a lot of the furnitures, all the built-in conditions were made locally, sometimes very frustrating because a lot of the craftsmen think they know better and they don't read working drawings. So it was quite a challenge, but with those challenges comes this beautiful terrazzo bathtub, for instance, and many amenities, recycled bricks that are done with different patterns, create different shadows and light condition that made all the walkway quite different and quite romantic in the process. Also noteworthy, the patterns that we were talking about are from different villages, so you can imagine strangers that would come and look at the brick and recognizing the fact that they are part of a reassembled condition within the project. So we start with this aerial view where you see a clear orthogonal orientation. The gridded walkways are inspired by the fire lanes, as Rosanna just described to you. They work to organize zones, guide circulation, define and wrap functional spaces within. The adjacent ponds and waterways become part of the total landscape. It's like the act of borrowed views from the Jiangnan Garden design strategy. Nearly the entire project is composed of recycled bricks collected from surrounding villages and are reassembled on site as pathways, connecting buildings, land, views, and people. By dispersing reclaimed materials, the act of destruction of another relic becomes part of the new building and gives fresh relevance to the discarded construction waste. Dispersion in this project applies to the spatial organization, since all the courtyards are scattered within the matrix of the walled grids. These functional spaces are dispersed and contained at the same time, creating a landscape approach where the visitors experience unfolding vignettes that recur episodically throughout their journey. Thresholds are less defined, boundaries less clear, blurring the lines between inside, outside, public, private, the old and the new. The concept of recycle, reflect, readjust, all are very much in line within this concept, within this project. They also form a new kind of garden, one that defies the Jiangnan garden heritage, in revealing the paradox of the artificial organic, blurring the zone between natural and man-made. We saw this project as a chance to recast a new vernacular within the rural context, rooted in the past, but ushering the future in a critical way. Wow, I have 34 seconds to relax. It's pretty amazing. So as we close on this film, given the fact that we are the first in line to do this world around, starting from China, I'm sure you're going to end up in some other countries by the end of this talk. Sarah Whiting challenges the term adaptive reuse in the article she wrote on our projects in Domus magazine, offering another term, seamless synthesis, as her preference to mean something that unlocks intellectual horizons and other worlds with particular magical precision. Circling back to the prefix re, or in Chinese, 在, we want to propose specially in the post-pandemic world to reassess our values, redefine our priorities, and rediscover the true meaning in what we do with architecture, interior design, product design, and all of designs. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Jermaine Barnes.
Do they play that music for everybody? Hi, everyone. My name is Jermaine Barnes, and first I just want to thank Beatrice for inviting me to be a part of this amazing event to talk about the work. Before I get started, I kind of just want to tell just like a very small anecdote. This is a very full circle moment for me. How many of you here are architects? You just raise your hand real quick. How many of you have known you want to be an architect since before you were like 10 years old? Right, so I was one of those dorks. And in the 7th grade in Chicago, where I am from, we had a project on Frank Lloyd Wright, and I actually built a small-scale model of this building. So now, being here a lot longer, I know I look young, but I'm old. Once I got here, it's very nice to see this transformation from the small model that I did in the 7th grade to now as a full professional. So just wanted to say that. It's very touching for me. So we're going to jump right into the work. And the title of this is Watch the Tone. And we're going to do a little bit of what we do at Studio Barnes all the way through what we're working on now, which I think is a pretty cool project that you all might enjoy. So this is the word griot, and it's a definition of the way that we like to practice architecture. Because in our opinion, architecture is people first, people-centric, and the purpose of architecture to tell stories. So at our base in Miami, Florida, the goal is always, how can we make design, how can we utilize design to tell the story of people and places, whether they be underrepresented or people we care about. That's my grandmother. Her name is Rose. She passed a few months ago. But some of the things we like to do is try to tell their stories. And as someone that is from Chicago, their family is from the South, many of you are familiar with the Great Migration and the stories of Black people, what it means to be resilient and practice perseverance. And I learned that from her. She was a cook for a long time. She became a nurse. And through those, I was able to ask her many stories, learn from her. And so this is actually an installation at Oolite Arts called Rosie's Fair, where I tried to find a way to talk about the different rituals of space that happens in Black communities through the diaspora. Things like getting your hair done in the kitchen, getting your hair washed in a kitchen bowl, which for us is a very normal thing. But people might see it as extremely unsanitary. Or the fact that in a Black household, you might have 15 different versions of salt. So instead of like a spice rack, you have a spice wall. And so it's always these small little anecdotes where if you know, you know. If you don't know, we may tell you, we may not. But that's always the goal of the work. Or when we're trying to do things to celebrate Caribbean cultures that participate in Carnival. Or we try to use giant disco balls because if you've ever been to Miami, it is always a party all the time. Or when we're doing work for companies like Lexus, when we're trying to understand how to draw ephemeral spaces, get people in, or just very simply make really cool stuff for Instagram. Or as far as Spain, where we try to use the city as a way to tell stories as well. But then most recently at the Venice Biennale, we literally made a new column order that is called Griot. So a part of this is us trying to be able to understand the history of classical architecture, but what is North African and what are their contributions to architecture? Because let's just be frank, you don't see a lot of people who look like me within our field. And when you're a student studying architecture, you rarely see work that represents that. And so this particular project, which is made out of Spanish Marquino marble, it weighs 6,000 pounds. Yeah, just trying to get that thing from Madison, Wisconsin to Venice, Italy to Art Omai in upstate New York was a bit of a headache, but it's there. So if you decide you want to go see a 9-foot tall, 4-foot in diameter column that represents Black space, Black hair, texture, and you can actually touch it, you just hop on a train and head a bit far north. But that's not why we're here. We're here, one, for the world around, but also for me to tell you all about this really cool project we have going on in Memphis, Tennessee, specifically in a neighborhood called Orange Mound. Any of you ever heard of Orange Mound? Any of you ever been to Memphis, Tennessee? There's like 4 people out there. Memphis is a really cool place. If you watch basketball, they have the Memphis Grizzlies. If you don't watch basketball, they have UPS. So as a part of that, I'm serious. That's like all of your packages from UPS, they come through Memphis. So Orange Mound is this incredible place, which is one of the first free towns for Black people in U.S. history. So after the abolishment of slavery, after Field Order 15, which was never actually enacted, a lot of people moved to Tennessee and they began to create their own community in this place called Orange Mound, which is now on the historic list of designated cities. This is Tone, hence the pun in the title. They're an amazing nonprofit that is based in Memphis. This is the incredible executive director. This is Victoria. Many of you here who raised your hand and said you're architects, the way we get projects, for those who don't know, most times you know someone. Other times you get random emails that you don't think are real. And it's someone that's followed your Instagram page or found your info and is saying, I have this incredible project, I'd love to pick your brain. Most of the time, the projects aren't real. Most of the time, they just want to ask you a whole bunch of questions to then go tell somebody else to do the work. But in this case, I received an email from Victoria And the email said, I've been following your work. We have a project in Memphis. It's a historic building. There's a tower that's about 200 feet tall and about 5 acres of land. We'd love for you to be our design architect. Does that seem like a real email? It doesn't. But because I'm still pretty naive, I wrote back, would love to chat further. And so she had a lot of the people on her staff be a part of that call. And so I'm like, I really don't think this is a real project. But it was, because these incredible young people were able to get all their resources together in the history of what Black people have done in this country and purchase this amazing site in Memphis, Tennessee. And that's the site. So you can see here, huge, huge, huge parcel. It's about 4 acres. It's over 100,000 square feet of warehouse space. It used to be a grain factory. You see the train, used to be a depot that went through there as well. And so right now, they already do tons of programming at this place. And as I mentioned earlier, we are a people-focused practice. And so there's already things like holistic living, farmers markets, parties, DJing sets that happens in the backdrop of this industrial site. And so we are now tasked with turning this into a welcoming, inviting, and a space of healing in this location. And the really cool part is that huge tower that's in the background. That's sort of like the crown jewel of the project. And again, many of you architects, everybody wants a tower. Everybody wants a tower at some point, right? So I'm like, this is my first opportunity to get my tower. It ain't that impressive yet, but it will be, right? So you see, like, it's about 200 feet tall. This is all the warehouse in the front. This is what the space looks like on the inside, this image here on the left. So again, this huge grain factory. Like, I never thought this was a real project. This is the kind of stuff a studio professor gives you as a prompt. And you're like, this doesn't exist. Like, this will never happen in real life. But then we actually got one in real life where, again, I am a vertically challenged person, so I made sure I was not in the photograph so you can see how big everything is, but this machinery is massive. This was a fully operational grain factory, so we're actually going to turn this into artist residence, gallery space, food hall, and recreation. And the other thing about Memphis is that there aren't that many middle-scale performance venues, and so this will also operate as that as well, because again, Tone already does all of this programming. And so we're right now in phase 1. Contracts have already been signed, so it really is real. We're already in the programming and visioning phase of the proposal, where we're going to just start with this north warehouse and the train depot that's there. And so this was actually me taking pictures during their annual Juneteenth party. So all the way in the background, in the space that exists, they're already making something out of nothing. So this space will become a bit of a food incubator, where we go core and shell. We'll put in some furniture to get the things rolling. Because one of the things about projects like this, you don't want to always depend on philanthropic happiness. People change their minds. How do you make something that's financially sustainable? How do you make something that doesn't rely on whatever flip of a whim that somebody has? So we're going to turn this into, in the first phase, which probably starts in about 2 weeks, because they're having another Juneteenth event. And during that, they're going to have people out as a fundraiser. And we're going to start trying to do things in this space to make it active. And I think the really cool part about this project, this is the train depot station that I mentioned before, which is my favorite part of the entire proposal, is how do we turn this into something that's full and vibrant that people can be a part of. And so I say all this to say that when you have the opportunity to work with people who are kind, who are hopeful, who are inventive, you're able to get a lot out of projects like this. And I know that we are extremely lucky and extremely blessed to get a project like this. So over the next, say, 6 or 7 months, you'll begin to see how this is going to transform and what it's going to become. And these are just some of the ideations that we put forward for the community. This is a very long process that we have to go through with the community because we can't just do this sort of fake process of chatting and then going in a room and coming back. We actually want them to have an active participant role within this process. And then when that happens, maybe Beatrice will invite me back and you can actually see it when it's done. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Neri&Hu.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to be here with us today, and thank you, Beatrice and the team, to invite us here to talk about architectures and more. Today, I am happy to present our project called Đạo Mẫu Museum and Temple. This is one of only 2 projects that we are able to realize and complete it in the way we wish during 20 years of practicing architecture. And I call it, I will see it in 2 different ways. First is I see it as an individual's reflection. And the second is the nation's spiritual identity. When you look at this photo, what kind of feeling you have? For me, it's craftsmanship and scenery. So, what it means, scenery, what it means craftsmanship for this project. So before to go directly to the project, I wanted to talk about my individual reflections. My practicing about architectures, I'm always looking for the scenery. It here a little bit abstract, right? But I explain a little more. For me, architecture should be a space to support people to develop their own spiritual sensibility. And only people find the courage or brave enough to abandon on the external search outside, then they could reach the secret. And when the architecture space reaches the quality of solitude, then the people who live on it or reside on it can have a tendency to look inside themselves. That's I'm always looking for when I'm designing a project. And craftsmanship. We didn't have a lot of projects to realize, so we have a lot of free times. So free times can create a problem, but it could bring a creativity. So myself, I work as an artisan. So it is some of my projects when I have free time. This restoration of Vietnamese traditional toys from the late 19th century to early 20th century. Those things made out of bamboo and craft paper for the Moon Festival in Vietnam. I'm doing with some friends and some artists and artisans. And here a second project is the lighting design, a conversation with a ceramic. It's doing with the national recognized an artisan from the Bát Tràng pottery village. This is one of the biggest potteries I ever made by myself. And this is yacht design also. This is really craftsmanship, because normally when you design something, you make a sketch, and then you 3D it, you put it in the computer, but we make it by hand, and we scan it, and we give it to the 3D guy to put the materials and the color on it. And here's another light design exhibitions I made a few years ago. And now, I so wonder, it's all about the individual reflection, or one can be influenced by surroundings, by the land you are born. And I think I am. So talking about the nation's spiritual identity, I mentioned about the Zen element and craftsmanship. Here, this is the Vietnamese system of religion worship from the 300 BC till now. If you can see that since all the history of Vietnam, we receive so many religions and beliefs. Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, Christianity, capitalism, communism. And the parallel with that, we have Mother Goddess worship. And you can see in the end, there's all the names of the woman who respect as a god. And it goes parallels with all the other beliefs and religions. And as you see, all the other we receive from outside, it have masculinity elements or belief. But for us, the femininity, the Mother Goddess worship, is we call Zen element. So we always have our own local religion go parallels with the young religions to balance ourselves. So for me, the Mother Goddess worship or the Zens, for me it's seniority, because when the religions have a masculinity, it's very strong. And when the belief of the Zen's element is about the emptiness and its seniority. Talking about the craftsmanship in Vietnam, we are the rice cultivation civilization, so we have a lot of free time between the rice cultivate as well. That's why we have a lot of craftsmanship village. We have about more than 2,000 crafts village and about more than 800,000 family business about the craftsmanship, and still working today. There's some photo describe about that. Now come to the project. This is the client of the project. He's a folk artist, but also a Mother Goddess worship practicing. In this photo, you see he's present the different gods of Mother Goddess worship. About 36 assistants of the god that once when practice those beliefs when have to place, dance all the nights for that. And this is the project to give you oversight, overall of the site. It's about 5,000 square meters. So for this project, I'm also talking about the craftsmanship, sacredness, and respect. First, what it means respect here, because we have agreed with the client that none of the existing object in the project area would be removed. So everything present on the ground, we cannot remove it. Here's a samples. The pillows of the gate is touching the ground. We cannot take it out. But the wings, the gate, we can. It's not in the ground. We can move it behind. Or the existing house also, we cannot destroy it. So we just put the other function around the existing house. And here also, the garden before and after on the tree was kept. For the craftsmanship, those projects reuse of 5 million roof tiles collect from the 500 house from the village surrounding, and how it's collected in the garden. It takes 3 years to collect all these roof tiles. And I love this photo. We use the local labor to build this project, so they don't know how to read the plan. That is, we have to come to the site and draw exactly on the site where to build for them. And then we have to try how to use the roof tiles, how to construct it. We try many different ways, but in the end, here the way it is. And on the waste material of the roof tile, we can put it on the garden as well. Talking about sacred net also means seniority for me. Well, when you say you want to design a sexy building, I think you can do it, right? But when people ask you to do a temple, for me it's quite difficult. Because you cannot sure that you can make it sacred right away. But when I came to this site, I recognized that the gardens, the existing landscapes, already for me a sacred garden. All the lychee, it have 50 years old, and the shape like ancient and smoke. But of course, not many people recognize that because there's a lot of bushes and other trees around. But I saw it and I say, okay, we have to keep this garden and clear it up. Then the seniority and sacred is already there. We don't have to do anything else. And here it is when we clear it up. And here the garden is a different moment of the year. One of the ways to make it sacred is the way to light it. In our traditional temples, we never have a direct light in the altar. As you see, it's all quite dark. Because of the architecture of the traditional temples. The roof is 3 and the facades only 1. It is very popular radio of the roof and to the facade. You see, then the light can difficult come into the altar. Here you can see in the traditional building, the lights come only into a gallery or corridors, and it hardly can go inside. So understand that point, I use the vertical light to the 7th inner garden to get the light in, and then reflection to the galleries, and that is the inner gardens that get the vertical light. There's no facade, not many facades, it's only the inner garden. And here how the lights get in to the corridors. Now I'm going to show you the atmospheres of the project. And now come the movies. Please listen to the music of the movie. It's a surprise. So the music from the movie composed from the riptides of our composers. Thank you.
Yo vivo en Santiago del Estero, en el norte de Argentina, y teníamos cada vez más noticias sobre el litio, como esperanzadoras y del futuro que podía significar para el desarrollo y para el crecimiento de Argentina el aprovechamiento del litio, y que había un lugar aquí en Catamarca, en el Salar del Hombre Muerto, donde estamos yendo, en donde hace algunos años que ya se extraía. Y me parecía que había un tema ahí fundamental para entender qué estaba pasando con Argentina, con los recursos naturales, con los bienes comunes, en su relación con la geopolítica global, ¿no? Allí había algo con muchos signos de pregunta para abordar. Mi nombre es Ernesto Picco, soy periodista y docente en la Universidad Nacional de Santiago del Estero, en el norte de Argentina. En 2022 escribí un libro que se llama Crónicas del litio Sudamérica en disputa por el futuro de la energía global. Argentina es el cuarto productor mundial de litio y junto con Bolivia y Chile conforman el llamado Triángulo del Litio, donde se encuentran el 60% de las reservas mundiales de litio en salmuera. Empresas de todo el mundo están viniendo a extraer este mineral que es imprescindible para la fabricación de baterías de litio, que alimenta cosas que usamos en nuestra vida cotidiana, desde nuestro teléfono celular, nuestras computadoras, pero sobre todo y especialmente en los últimos años para alimentar los vehículos eléctricos. Para entender la magnitud del aumento de la demanda, hay que entender el aumento del precio. En la última década, entre 2012 y 2022, el precio de la tonelada de litio pasó de $4 millones a $78 millones. La crisis climática y socioambiental es una crisis global, pero no todos los países del mundo tienen el mismo papel para enfrentar la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero y el calentamiento global. En 2023, el 80% de los autos que se patentaron en Noruega eran eléctricos. Este número es muy diferente en otros países. En Alemania es el 30%, en China el 20%, y el número luego va bajando. Estados Unidos tiene el 10%, y en Argentina, en nuestro país, no llega al 0,2%. Este es un número muy singular si tenemos en cuenta que aquí es donde se extrae el mineral imprescindible para fabricar las baterías de litio que alimentan los vehículos eléctricos. Mientras en el norte algunos países avanzan en la transición al uso de vehículos impulsados por la electromovilidad para intentar dejar atrás los vehículos impulsados por combustibles fósiles, los ecosistemas del sur están siendo zonas de sacrificio para hacer posible esa transición.
En los territorios hay gente que está a favor de la minería porque le trae una serie de beneficios que tienen que ver con trabajo, que tienen que ver con ciertas mejoras de infraestructura para las comunidades. Hay gente que está en contra porque la minería tiene un impacto ambiental que todavía no está lo suficientemente estudiado, porque demandan que se respete su decisión y lo que está establecido en los tratados internacionales en lo que tiene que ver con la consulta a los pueblos originarios. Hemos visto en Jujuy hace poco, ¿no?, los casos tremendos de represión, de violencia de parte de la policía contra las comunidades que simplemente reclaman poder tomar decisiones sobre los lugares donde viven, ¿no? Esto no es algo que sea particular, no es algo que sea singular del litio. Esta es la historia del mundo y del capitalismo y el modo en que el norte va por los recursos naturales del sur en general. Históricamente ha pasado bien. En Argentina solo tenemos 3 plantas de extracción de litio que están en funcionamiento, pero hay más de 60 que están o explorando o construyendo su planta o haciendo los distintos trámites burocráticos para empezar a funcionar, ¿no? O sea que es algo que está en ciernes, quiero decir. Si bien aquí en Catamarca se extrae litio del año 97, las otras 2 que están en Jujuy trabajan desde una de 2010 y la otra ahora de 2023. O sea que es algo que está en ciernes y que va a provocar cambios notables en el territorio en la medida que empiecen, ¿no?, a avanzar el desarrollo de cada una de estas empresas. A medida que pase más el tiempo va a ser más difícil producir cambios en el plexo legal, administrativo y en la lógica de distribución de la riqueza que sean más justas, ¿no?
En este momento tenemos comprometido un tipo de producción que es especial, que tiene que ver con energías que nos permitan abandonar energías que son más dañinas para el mundo. Pero en pos de eso, seguimos atacando y destruyendo los ecosistemas del sur. Si queremos pensar en una transición energética justa, necesitamos no perder de vista estos mecanismos que siguen subalternizando al sur global.
Please welcome to the stage Mae-ling Lokko.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the amazing World Around team, to Beatrice, Satomi, Eric Chen for the invitation. It's such a pleasure to be here to listen and meditate on all of the amazing work we've seen today. My name is Mae-ling Lokko, and as a designer, educator, and artist, I've been interested in the role of intersectoral material life cycles, how we might design materials that flow between the field, the plate, as well as the building. For over a decade, this has meant working with husks, stalks, stems, shells, rinds, and peels from over 15 plant families, materials that are largely left behind once the holy grail of the plant, the supple fruit, has been plucked. Today, I'd like to go back to the very beginning and share with you the story of a very frazzled plant that I started this journey with, the deer coconut. Over the years, I still continue to marvel at the wonders of this material. It's a protective material skin that takes the brunt of the coastal environment. Its relentless sun, the wind, salty, humid air, and makes do with the nutrients from sort of a very sandy soil with poor nutrients, all the while nurturing and keeping cool the most beautiful, luscious embryo in terms of the coconut copra and water. As a species, we've been friends with coconuts for a very long time, grown across 89 tropical countries by farmers who make less than $1 a day. They've been used as a high-quality food, fiber, and filter. As a portable source of food and water, coconuts have played a critical role in helping us voyage and establish trade routes throughout the humid tropics and beyond. In Ghana and the Philippines, where I'm from, every part of the coconut has been matched throughout its life to some form of ecological or human use. Basically, as my mom, who's in the audience tonight, likes to tell me, May, it doesn't matter what the question is, coconut is the answer. And it seems in the last 2 decades, the world has caught on to my mom's way of thinking. Fueled by global marketing campaigns and health trends, the coconut and its primary derivatives, oil, butter, milk, sugar, water, have become elevated to superfood or supercrop status. For today's coconut-producing territories, the higher yields of coconut farms to meet this rising demand boom is what one may call a party trick, a short-lived productive phase that distracts us from the larger, relentless cycle of extraction and cumulative depletion happening elsewhere on the planet. More critically, the underbelly of this multi-billion-dollar food and cosmetic industry is the generation of large quantities of surplus husks by farms and urban roadsides. Given the husk presents a huge land compaction problem in landfills, this dense, strong material is illegal to dump in municipal waste systems and are instead burnt in open air. One might argue that coconut husks are part of a broader material residue family, which taken together might be arguably the world's most undervalued material resource stream. In comparison to the big four we see on the left, sugar, corn, rice, and wheat, which comprise over half of everything that we grow on the planet to feed ourselves, coconuts in the middle are not necessarily the most widely available resource or produced one, but they are made of something incredibly unique. A lot of the structural stuff, lignins, and much less of the sugar stuff, cellulose. Basically, a Peloton veteran crop on a low-carb diet. And so it's been used on everything from geotextiles to roofing sheets. The sheer scale of agricultural waste available to us today is astounding. 4 years ago, we grew close to 10 billion tons of crops to feed ourselves. And of that 10 billion, we know that about 40% is actually wasted, often degraded, prematurely combusted on the field, or lost somewhere between the farm gate and our landfill. And just to get a sense of this scale, I'd like us to picture the largest mammal on the planet, the blue whale, which is roughly the equivalent of 2,200 humans. I did the math. And then imagine a fleet of 300,000 of these blue whales. This is a material resource stream passing us by each year. So what does 300,000 blue whales worth of biomass mean in the context of climate change? and planetary carbon dynamics. Well, between the mid-18th century and today, we have increasingly tapped into the fossilized remains of plants and animals as the backbone of our energy and built infrastructure, as well as a high-carbon mineral-built environment. And this has resulted in taking carbon stored in our land and dispersing it in our atmosphere. A foundational part of my work, which looks at using these younger biomass, has been to take a step back and understand the value framework that we are participating in. Everything that we grow today or make are sort of extracted from our land or ecology and transformed through human labor systems and industrial production. That valuable product is then sold to consumers with the largest share of that value accumulating in ownership structures, be it the state in terms of socialism or the corporation in terms of capitalism. And this system generates a ton of material waste pollutants, materials in the wrong place and time. Throughout this system, there are many forms of what we call alienated value, value that has been extracted impatiently from the top down and that thrive on the alienation of actors from their generation systems. And this can take the shape of many different things. It could be land that is used year after year for monoculture agriculture, forced labor systems on the farm or the factory, working in toxic environments that are vulnerable and dependent on this cycle. It could be us consumers who have no idea what and who is affected by our consumption choices or what goes into our body. Or it could be materials that cannot return to their homes at rates and concentrations that do not do harm to the new environments that they find themselves in. I've also become cognizant of this position of the architect or the designer in that orange spot in between the owners and the consumers. Through the way we design buildings and specify materials, we are a core driver in this extraction cycle today. And as we enter this sort of proposed new dawn in terms of carbon pool replenishment, I've become interested in how we might be able to explore new roles at the bottom half of this system. And this means working with a new material inventory, some of which are contaminated, identifying new actors to collaborate with, and ultimately how to return these materials back to their generation mechanisms, our land and our labor systems. Taking the coconut husk as an example, there's a wide range of careers in the building for these materials as strong tensile fibers and moisture-loving pith. Relative to metals or mineral-based materials that might be good at doing very specific things, the possibilities for biomass span over 1,000 different uses. Studying the husk materials on its own, there's a continuum of uses from the left to the right. On the left, the coconut fibers can actually be pressed using its own pith to serve as a glue to generate non-toxic, low-carbon, medium to high-density fiberboards, things that can replace plywood and MDF. And given their high porosity, they can also be used for humidity control and moisture retention. Even at the end of their lives, when they're pyrolyzed into activated carbon, they form one of the world's most efficient filters used for cleaning water and air. Even in the bowels of our urban sewage treatment systems, the global demand for activated coconut carbon is, as a high-performance filter, is keeping pace with the superfood applications each year. And here lies the predicament. Cognizant that the ultimate commodification of every single part of a plant over its life has historically led to even more intense systems of industrialized monocultures, including rice and sugar all over the world and corn in this country, there is a real need to explore how different parts of the plant can be used collaboratively, matched and proactively designed to support new paradigms for biodiversity. To account for seasonality and variance in coconut husk materials, emerging biobinders like soy, coconut pith, algae-based materials, fungi, can also reduce dependency on just one plant and open up new production methods for healthy, low-carbon practices. For biomasses like coconut with high percentages of lignin, the structural stuff, they can be pressed, causing a natural melting and cross-linking to give really strong boards close to that of oak. For biomass byproducts like corn that have much higher percentages of sugar, they can be fed to fungal mycelium that grows in our forests and over the course of 5 days grow into low-density insulative materials. Given the generosity of the skinny coconut tree that allows faster growing plants, including corn, to grow below it, we can also design and section the building material as a celebration of these plant relationships and seasonal capacities. This sort of Kit-Kat approach to medium to reconstituted wood products celebrates the use of biomass fibers and non-toxic glues to generate breathable, healthy materials. And this is very much in contrast to a Botox approach that we see in our wood products, where we pump them with glues and coatings so they can't move or breathe and they don't age. As exterior walls and roofs, breathable coconut fiber boards allow the materials to show off their hygrothermal training in their first life when they're protecting the luscious coconut water. You can see on the right the sort of moisture flux over the day in the life of a coconut board. Through their porous matrices, pressed coconut husk materials can still sorb ambient humidity and buffer the climate in tropical environments. It is then this temporarily trapped moisture that takes on all the heat until it reaches saturation, where it produces an evaporative cooling effect. Lastly, as we begin to grapple with the issues of behavior of materials in our city, from high heat gain, impermeability to water, heavy metal leaching, agricultural byproducts like the pith may also have a critical role to play as part of green infrastructure. Here in Accra's last remaining public park, the coconut pith is used as a high retention soil media to slow down and store water runoff and provide a home for indigenous flora that can be used in urban bioswales to increase flood tolerance in the city. As a lever for generative justice, which I define as the bottom-up creation and circulation of value, design has a huge role to play in advocating for why high-value, longer-life materials captures the true potential of such materials relative to combustion and downcycling. It is also in expanding our business model and roles within a larger ecosystem. How might we collaborate with other actors, from farmers, emerging eco-manufacturing enterprises, or even building owners, to sort of translate existing and new forms of value being brought to the table? How do we make visible and reward actors for their participation in this growing green collar economy? And lastly, through all of this, how do bio-based building material economies support the equitable distribution of value back to its ecosystem to ensure the health of its generation sources? Ultimately, how do we design materials for soil health? And I'd like to end on what has been a powerful platform for me in art in shifting the deeply seated cultural and social barriers that face the reintegration and renormalization of these materials. While the technological aspects are well underway, the social and cultural work that needs to be done on the demand side is less so. In my art practice, I've often turned to spaces and sites of extraction as opportunities for reflexivity and release, beginning with the door of no return. I don't know if anyone's been to a slave fort, but this is sort of a very intense threshold that would have been the last view that an enslaved African would have seen before they boarded a ship. And it's an image of a threshold that is seared into my mind, or for anyone who's ever seen it. So relative to the stone and bricks of successive colonial empires, the Portuguese, Dutch, and British, and the view that looks out to the ocean, this piece, which looks at using the coastal ecology and materials like the coconut, frames the door of return, looking from a younger material on top to an aging material closer to the ground, eventually decomposing into pith. And here one is looking back at the coast, almost as if on a return vessel to examine a home once lost. As part of an exhibition at Reba on the Liverpool docks, which was a major part of the historical transatlantic trade, became a site for dock labor, and that has since been displaced by shipping containers. The space of the tunnel-like shipping container is recomposed again with microcomposites grown by over 150 volunteers from urban farms, schools, and volunteer groups. In this piece, Healing Meadow is the signal of land that has been once clear-cut and is now beginning to heal. And this celebrates in Hasselt in Belgium a range of work of grasses, non-woody plants, herbs, and fungi as part of systems that are helping to repair our ecosystem. an inverted dome of mycelium grown, this time sheltered by beech trees in a forest in Hasselt in the Netherlands, where honey mushrooms once thrived. So just as colonialism has seeded and capitalism has accelerated value extraction and inequity through the invention of the supercrop, through slavery, among many other things, radical material practices cannot be divorced from radical collaboration. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Jing Liu and Florian Eidenberg.
Hello, good afternoon. So my name is Jing Liu, and together with my partner Florian Eidenberg here, we founded the architecture practice called Soil 15 years ago in this very city, in New York City. And the world around asked us to speak about our recent housing projects, both in this city and beyond, on the occasion of our upcoming book with Lars Miller, titled In-Depth, Urban Domesticity Today. So thank you for the invitation. In fact, this is the second time we're speaking on the topic of domesticity. The first time at the previous iteration of the TWA when it was still at the Met, and congratulations to Beatrice to really turn this event into this amazing platform it is today. So in 2018, on this stage, I told the story of one of our first projects, a house for the late iconic modernist designer Ivan Chermayev and Jane Clark Chermayev. The story was a human story, such as the constant tug-of-war between Ivan and Florian, where Florian kept on sneaking in curved lines, and Ivan calling us and yelling, "Now get rid of those damn curves." Or how we would have a design meeting, which is very familiar to many of the architects here today, only to have the couple to agree to disagree and then to have another meeting. But the most touching moment is when Ivan, this ailing, iconic figure in front of the camera, looking at the model of the house, with tears visibly in his eyes, sighing, "It would have been nice to build the house." The project was never realized because of the 2008 financial crisis. A house is not a static, generic, and empty shell to put away our bodies and accumulated goods, but a process and a practice which have their own histories that we have to contend with, and where our differences, evolving values, however irreconcilable they are held together by our care, love, and commitment towards each other. Borrowing Emanuele and Coccia's words, who will speak after us on the same topic, a house is the moral topography of our humanity. As architects today, when working in the domestic realm, we're often expected to provide the technical assistance for the neoliberal economic policies to press themselves into the fabric of our reality. This is how housing, a required module in the core curriculum in the architecture school, is taught today. We can also see this in the formal evolution. In the formal evolution of the architecture in this very city since the beginning of the 20th century, where efficiency and maximization have driven buildings to look more and more like the maximum buildable envelopes that's stipulated by zoning laws, which is an effective development tool for sure, but one that leaves very little room, literally and figuratively, for other things. And our preference for building systems and the spatial typologies that require less space, so more space can be sold. For example, the curtain wall systems and the double-loaded corridors. This crusade of efficiency has minimized the exchange between the inside and the outside, between the self and the others, and between the human and the non-human. This moral topography is disconcerting and alarming. It makes these postcards from the not-so-distant past, where social sundries, connecting with neighbors and the outside environment, and the aimless everyday leisure seem quaint and nostalgic. While the transformation of our domesticity today, especially within the urban forms, where over 50% of the world population lives, seems futile. As architects, urban dwellers, and as the very products of the neoliberal policies, we try. So this book is not a manual of how to do housing, like many books on the topic before have been, but a set of strategies that we have found useful in installing some resistance in the circuitry of energy and resources to help make possible desires other than production and consumption. To move from the outside, seeing housing as a problem to solve, to the inside, seeing it as a practice of material processes to be imagined, occupied, cared for, and transformed, of the messiness and the chaos of life, of human and sometimes non-human. One featured project is Las Americas, a high-density housing prototype in Leon, Mexico, in collaboration with the city of Leon, in order to curb the unchecked urban sprawl. Amidst the huge migration of the rural population to urban areas, in a very short period of time in order to meet the production demand of the global economy. Sweeping housing policies have put developers in charge of producing cheap accommodations very quickly. What Leon looks like today is the result of all of this. This trend is both environmentally and socially unsustainable, and the city government are trying to develop a high-density prototype that would provide alternatives that is viable in this economic reality. And our strategies are three-pronged. Single-loaded corridors that combine egress, circulation, and social spaces. A formal expression that's not just the outcome of efficiency and economic reality, but with civic pride. And a simple material logic that is almost primitive and require little expertise to construct and the labor to maintain. It is an open framework with topography that makes possible within the band narrow of opportunities for the personal to graft onto it and eventually to take over. Here, what you see is a series of pictures that our dear friend Ivan Ban have returned to the place time after time. Before the occupation of the project, during construction, as well as after the moving in of the 54 units. Most of the occupants make less than $7,000 a year. And the city is really working with each occupant to find schools for their children, understand their health conditions, and make sure that they have access to hospitals within the city. And the building creates a continuous and series of this depth and space that connects the inside and outside. And really think about the generations and different ages of the occupants that's able to grow into this space that's the communal informalities. It is a place where different sizes of occupants as well objects can live, and coming in different shades of color can really take over the space and filter the light and transform them into a rainbow of life, happiness, and hopes and dreams. From the very small life to the larger social activities, both inside, outside, days and night.
So how now to take these dreams and desires and translate them into built form within the realities of Brooklyn, New York, And when I say realities, I mean economic and zoning or legal realities. So New York City is organized in zoning districts, and it means that per district there is a maximum amount of FAR, or floor area ratio, that one can build, depending on the size of the lot. On this image, you see, for instance, 3 of those zoning districts. In the middle, the brownstone Brooklyn low-rise typology. On the left, you see NYCHA housing, New York City Housing Authority housing, the towers in the park. And there on the back, on the right, you see the towers of downtown Brooklyn in a recently rezoned district sprouting. And so that's basically what determines the amount of floor area one can build within a space, or within a lot. There's another set of requirements that basically tells you the maximum volume. This is determined by setbacks and building heights. And it's very common to try to build the most efficient volume around this maximum floor area that one can build to rent or sell. With Tank House, a young development startup in downtown Brooklyn, we're doing 4 projects that take a radically different approach towards thinking about efficiency. And 4 of these projects are in the book. I will describe what we're doing with Warren 450, the first project we completed with them. Because what we do in these projects is actually maximize the volume of the building rather than the floor area. And this creates a much more porous envelope, an envelope that not necessarily produces more sellable space or rentable space, but actually more volume between the interiors of the apartments and the space beyond. And this, as you can see on this floor plan, leads to units that have at least 3 and sometimes even 4 sides exposure. It has 2 or 3 balconies. It has a porch in front of the house. And so by maximizing the buildable volume, we actually create more depth, so to say, between the exterior envelope and the inside of the home. What you see most clearly also in this image is the green walkways. What we do is pull the double-loaded corridor to the exterior and actually create walkways that are open to the air within informal spaces where communities can meet. So from the outside, the building looks quite volumetric, but if you look from above, you actually see it's 3 different buildings connected through these exterior courtyards. Let me take you in. You approach the building, and you already see that the massing is not necessarily an extraction of the site itself. There's a volume and indentation of the volumes, and the spaces that you see most prominently are actually exterior courtyards, exterior rooms. I see we have 3 minutes, so I guess we're going a little bit faster. We try to maximize texture by rotating the block, something we learned in Mexico, and the outside of the volumes also sort of broken up in smaller volumes to create a much more porous reading of the building. But when you go in through the courtyard, you don't find a lobby and a doorman. Actually, you find an open courtyard and a staircase that invites you to walk up. And there you see what used to be a double-loaded enclosed corridor, an open walkway where suddenly you become aware of your neighbors on different floors and you realize they have a dog or a cat or a baby, maybe. And also a much more visceral sort of experience of walking towards your home. Here you see the second floor, the courtyards, generous shared courtyards with green space. And what you see also here on the right is this in-between space between the unit and the shared space, a little porch, an extra space where you can take off your shoes or put your stroller or leave your umbrella to dry. The balconies, generous rooms that can be accessed from 2 sides in the building. So from the kitchen you can go in when you cook a meal. And they really extend sort of and add to this relationship between interior and exterior. And even from the inside of the apartments, you can look into the walkways and into the hallways. You see the community of people walking up to the shared roof. Constantly your body is shifting through space, constantly made aware of where you are within the building and where you are in relationship to the city and the environment beyond. And obviously, as Jing already described, the house is a canvas. It's something that is never finished. Constantly, people are adding and thinking through how to participate within the sort of creation of home. Here, Sam and Seba are 2 clients we have been working on these 4 projects, and we're excited that currently there's 3 more in the works. So on the left here you see 9 Chapel, a building that uses exterior circulation but as a single loaded corridor where actually you come out of the elevator and you're on the exterior going to your home. all the units having cross ventilation. 134 Vanderbilt, in the middle right, organized around a large collective green courtyard. And very exciting, 450 Union, the large building there on the right, which actually is a project that has a lot of affordability in it, and all the lessons we learned in these other projects we're bringing now into a rental project with affordability. The book itself, apart from these projects, has fantastic words by Jing and others that have contributed through writing and really explaining how we go about thinking through not just the home, but also negotiate that within the context of New York City. There are a series of visual essays by our friends Naho Kubota and Iwan Ban. We visit homes, construction sites, and markets. And for those people like Jermaine Barnes who love architecture and are architecture nerds, we do have axonometrics, plans, sections, and site plans, and very clear description. But maybe most importantly also, we end the book actually with the construction of these projects, a series of photographs showing how these buildings are becoming, because the home is never finished. It's a process that is always evolving. Thank you.
Coccia.
Hi, everybody. My name is Emanuele Coccia, and I'm the last obstacle between you and your stronger desires, fresh air and a cup of coffee. Stay with what you love and what you desire, because in a way, homes or houses are exactly about that, to give space to what you love. And that's why I would love to teach you, or to, in a way, make or let you see this floor plans, in a different way. They are not just floor plans of apartments, they are moral diagrams. They are patterns that define the order of customs, the shape of habits, the programs of conduct. To draw a house, it's not to give shape to an empty space, it's to manipulate the human life in all its viscosity, made up of desires, loves, gusts, habits, neuroses. And home, in a way, every house, is a very strange chemical operation that transforms love into space, convert ordinary life, daily life, into a form of a space. To design a home means literally to invent a new moral topography. So that's why architects are not just artists, they are moral engineers or love engineers. That love and not aesthetic is at the center of our homes is evident for two reasons. First of all, moving. Actually, everybody has faced the distressing experience of pyramids, of boxes and brown tapes. And this experience is the litmus test of the fact that our homes are less the complex defined by walls and roof, because they can change, than the set of objects, people, animals, plants that we love, that we need to have close by wherever we go. Moving is a sort of strange, universal last judgment about what you love. We choose the things and the persons, the people, the animal, the plants, the colors, the memories, the atmospheres that must follow us elsewhere, that must greet us every night when we are coming back, and surprise us every morning when we open our eyes. To move is to tell apart the drawn from the saved one and constitute a sort of museum, a sort of personal paradise. Because all what we save, all what we love, embody the condition of possibility of happiness. And a home, a house, is a moral machine that transforms a series of goods into our good. And this is not an idle roll call, because in a way it shows us that we have to modify the world in order to inhabit it. We have to choose what we love and to collect it into a single space. And vice versa, through a house, love becomes less a question of feelings than an infrastructure, an economy, the law and the order of what someone owns. But it has not always been so. And that's why it's wrong and dangerous to make houses something ahistorical, natural, anthropological. The houses that we know, and as you build, you, the architects in the room, they are an invention of Western modernity. Modernity, as Charles Taylor once said, is not exclusively the result of technological development, European conquest from other parts of the globe, or transformation of the social order of forms of government. At its core, there is a revolutionary moral project, a moral project that has brought everyday life defined by its most trivial and ordinary features, marriage and work, at the center of every political, economical, social, material concern. We are modern not just because we use particularly sophisticated technological objects, not just because we can travel to any part of the globe, not because we live in overcrowded cities. We are modern because we bet that it is in what we freely produce and do every day, and in the person we freely love, that our identity is defined. We are modern only when we think that our freedom and our moral perfection is measured by the freedom of love and work. Modernity is this idea, the idea that work and family are places and moral institutions that express one's freedom. But there is a problem, because homes are also the symptom and the fruit of a betrayal of this modern project, of which architecture is at the same time it's responsible. The rupture between, I'm speaking of the rupture between the erotic and the economic orders and the subordination of the former to the latter. When the city, at the dawn of modernity, claimed the ability and exclusivity to produce wealth, and only for this reason could impose political equality among all its members, it left behind the domestic space as a kind of black hole of design and imagination. If our apartments are machines, they are ancient, archaeological, obsolete. They have rejected modernity beyond their doors, but not for economic reasons, but for moral reasons, because we have neglected love. We have let love and erotic relations remain the supreme form of patriarchy and gender domination. The home is an evidence that modernity has always been incomplete, schizophrenic. And because of the neglect of domestic space, we have never been truly modern. Now, how to reinvent domestic modernity? To do so, it is necessary to wrest love from the forms that imprisoned it. In recent decades, modernity has been rethinking itself and has done so behind closed doors, revolutioning almost covertly domestic space. Two transformations, I'm speaking of two transformations, which are the most radical, and because those two transformations call for a major revolution in the way architecture should design and plan homes. So the first transfiguration has informed one of the most influential cinematic mythologies of the late 20th and 21st century, the one which was iconically expressed in the TV show like Seinfeld and Friends. Why? Because in these sagas, the home itself is the place, form, and substance of friendship. It is also this friendship that forms the fundamental basis of the family, while the structure of the romantic couple becomes merely an internal and ephemeral intensification of a core of love, space, and economy. In France, a model of the family that surpassed genealogy was forged. This is perhaps the most important achievement of the show. It succeeded in clarifying the mutual autonomy of family and genealogy, and trivialized the latter as something that no longer defined the reality of family. This autonomization of love-based relationship and the liberation for genealogy is not a purely psychological fact. It's a legal metamorphosis that ended up in the change of marriage law. We don't think about that, but this is a revolution in a millennia-old structure that will forever change what anthropology has called the elementary structures of kinship. When through the same-sex marriage, the idea that reproduction is at the center of the family is shaken off, for example, it becomes clear that marriage is no longer limited to two people. You could marry, if you don't have to marry someone in order to have children, you could marry 2, 3, 4, 5, and whatever number of people. And this is not just something abstract. A relatively recent ruling by the City Council of Somerville in Massachusetts has already made a legal acknowledgement of this possibility. Why it's changing a lot? Because in this case, if you're marrying 3 people, your family name no longer acts as a genealogical marker, either in the patrilinear or in the matrilinear sense. Family name will be just invented ephemeral name that communicate only the fact that you are sharing not a genealogical bond with someone, but a project of happiness. So the familial kinship structure here would symbolize this shared project of happiness. And the distinction of, between friendship and sexual love becomes, in this frame, legally entirely secondary. So this is why the new modular of domestic space is actually the smartphone and apps like WeChat or WhatsApp. Our smartphones have become windows and living rooms, door and corridor that allows us to connect with countless persons around the world, bypassing the city and bypassing geography. The smartphone has changed the very idea of family. We no longer live only between partners or with children. The home is now first and foremost a space of exchange and conversation between friends who often live on the other side of the ocean. And this is not just an extension of the domestic space, it's a change of status. Thanks to the mobile phone, our living room have incorporated the town squares of the 20th century. The home itself has become the form and matter of public space. Mobile phones has also allowed our homes to lose even their territoriality. Those rare metal dark this rectangle follows us everywhere. Thanks to them, we are at home everywhere, and there will always be a room for ourselves wherever we are and wherever we go. At least virtually, home and planet do now coincide. But there is a problem, because a house that has the size of a planet is not easy to live in, and it won't belong condominiums that solve problems. By being at home everywhere, sadly, every living being on Earth has the status of a roommate. I try to put it in another way. The Anthropocene has often been described as the movement by which we have invaded all space, made the planet our home, expanded our apartments to the point where we directly or indirectly occupy so much of the world and so much of the Earth that there is no space left. But the opposite could be also said. The planet has invaded our homes to such an extent that in our living rooms, bathrooms, kitchens, and bedrooms live not only partners, children, and perhaps a dog, a cat, a forsythia, but every other living species. All species have become pets, houseplants, companion bacteria, companion fungi. We are called to share a one-bedroom apartment with them and learn to love them as we love dogs and cats. We cannot move. There is nowhere else to go. We have to redesign the spaces and rooms of this planet-side house. And to do that, we have to develop the same love for every other species that we have for dogs and cats. So we don't need ecology. We need a new erotics. Welcoming a dog or cat under your roof means learning to relate to this life that lives alongside our everyday, forgetting that it's an individual that belongs to another species. After days, months, years, your pet will simply be the intensity of an anonymous life, which no longer belongs to canine, felines, or hominids, because it's a sort of indistinct, amused, uncontainable affection and love. And we, ourselves, we become a form of anonymous life for these animals who forget that the lives that they are in front of them are human beings. And it is this anonymous life that love manifests itself most radically. Whether we are pets, human beings, or things, we need love in order to secrete this anonymous life capable of circulation and without identity. The paradox of love can be formulated as follows. We need love to liberate us from our own identity and to liberate those we love from their own identity. We need houses to liberate through love those who live with us from the game of one or another's identity. Love and houses are this process of mutual subtraction of face, this liberation of face and identity. That's why sometimes we talk about the worst form of violence. But the violence is not in the fact that you're losing your face. The violence takes place only when you want to hold your own face at all costs in front of the one who has lost his, her, their face for you. True home is only the love that allows you to lose your face in the faceless gaze of the other. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much. Just before everybody rolls out for the break, I just would like to say thank you again to all of our speakers from the first session, which were just so inspiring, and thank you so much. I just want to point out this is a completely sold out event. And so when you come back from the break, please be considerate with your chairs around you and make sure you don't have any coats or bags or you're holding seats for other people, because we want to be considerate of the ticket holders. Please enjoy the break. There is a restaurant called The Right Restaurant if you come out of here along the ramp, where you can find teas and coffees and so on. Please be back here at 3:25 sharp with your tickets, and we have a really fantastic second session waiting for you called A Fluid Territory, and we really look forward to seeing you back here then. So enjoy the break, and we'll see you at 3:25. Thank you so much. And thanks to everybody watching online. Thank you. Thank you.
This concludes Session 1 of the World Around Summit. We will now have a short break before Session 2, A Fluid Territory, begins. Please take your seats. The World Around Summit 2024 will continue shortly. Please take this time to silence all devices, and we hope you enjoy Session 2, A Fluid Territory. Please welcome to the stage Beatrice Galilee.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Beatrice Galilee, founder, executive director, and curator at The World Around. Greetings to everybody again. Welcome back for session 2. After, I think, a pretty stimulating first session looking at love and home and family and materials and sort of philosophical questions, we're also moving into what we're calling the fluid territory for this session 2. In this session, we'll be embracing the flexible and multi-hyphenate nature of many artists, designers, and architects today. We begin the session with an artist, Jakob Steensen, and he's going to be sharing a new project that was commissioned that brings kind of a relationship to landscape into a digital environment, and we'll be screening a film that he conducted with the Hamburger Kunsthalle. So thank you so much to the Hamburger Kunsthalle for their collaboration with that. We're also in this session, I'm very excited to be meeting an Olympic skateboarder and introducing their incredible work with you. This is an opportunity to learn about the relationship between public space, skateboarding, art, and creativity. We will also be looking at the work of Sub, the extraordinary work of Sub, which is a Berlin-based studio led by Nicholas Belzin-Saar. They are working with film directors, fashion designers, and I think that you'll find some of the spaces and stories they're creating super exciting. We're also going to be traveling to India to hear from Samit Pladora with an extraordinary art and cultural community center in the outskirts of the village of Hampi, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And then the session will end with a conversation, which I'm really looking forward to, which will, for the first time, introduce the work of both the architect of the Lucas Museum for Narrative Art, but we'll also hear from the museum's director, Sandra Jackson-Dumont, and that will be a conversation between Ma Yansong and Sandra, moderated by Ma Yansong. We'll also be learning about the role of that building in the landscape, how it contributes to the community of South Los Angeles, and overall, I think will be a really great opportunity to what we call learn about the now, near, and next of contemporary architecture. So welcome to session 2. Thank you for being here. I hope that you enjoyed the session, and I'm going to hand over to Jakob. Thank you so much.
For the past couple of years, I've been very interested in research on relationships between climate and our imagination and our mental health. I was invited to create an artwork at the Hamburger Kunsthalle for the 250 years anniversary of Caspar David Friedrich. The ephemeral lake goes beyond the perspective of contrasting the human figure and the environment. I'm much more attracted to a worldview where our bodies and minds are kind of merging together with these environmental energies and other species, and where our boundaries is more blurred. When you see his artworks, you see these big landscapes. They're actually composed of little drawings that he made in many different locations. And then like a collage, he kind of remixes that together. I was very inspired by this approach, and it mimics how I create artworks when I go to environments to record sounds, to digitize natural elements. I have like hundreds of pieces in the end, and then I put this together to create a new environment. I went to the Mojave Desert in California and documented a whole ecosystem that appears every 5 years, but only for a few months, and then it vanishes again. It just looks like this big dead desert that once in a while has a lake. But beneath it is actually this giant world of water. So when I was creating the artwork, I thought about these two floors in the Kunsthalle as representing these two worlds. I went to record sounds, digitize natural formations, rocks, plants, different insects. And from that, I've created a video game that controls everything you see and hear in the exhibition. There is the upper floor where you see a large screen. It's changing all the time, and it shows what's happening inside of this virtual lake. That virtual lake then controls everything that you hear around you. But it also controls what happens on the floor below in the exhibition space, where you see these 3D printed glass lamps hanging from the ceiling. And that glass is created from different rocks that I 3D scanned in the environment. And these lamps, again, is connected to musical vibrations. In all of my artworks, I've worked with the concept of polyphony, making many-voiced worlds. The Ephemeral Lake is the first time where the artwork itself is an instrument. It has the sound of a world that is normally beyond our human comprehension. Once you pay attention to other forms of life, like water moving through rocks and little algae and insects that live near those, suddenly a whole world opens up. And it is this largely inaudible world to our human ears that I've focused on for the artwork itself. For the past 6 years, I've increasingly worked with musicians and composers who I invite to inhabit the worlds that I create. Okyung Lee is creating these really strong vibrations on the cello that are inspired by these energies that exist beneath the desert. Then there's also Lou O'Neill that works with environmental sounds, but also create these strange musical compositions inside of the artwork. The virtual environment is mapped onto the architecture using the echoes to cast sound around you. It's really a practice of merging virtual worlds, physical architecture, through sound in particular. Everything you hear is a living composition. So all the sound mixes and changes as you're watching it. It will never repeat itself. There's the sense of the landscape itself becoming alive. It has a rhythm, it has a pulse. This idea of a sentient lake that is controlling the whole architecture of the building. All these images that I have on the table and on the wall are things that can happen in this virtual environment, but I will never really know what you actually see in here. When people visit the Ephemeral Lake, I really hope that they will get a sense of curiosity. It's a new perspective on what a lake can be and what the world can actually look like, because everything you see in its individual elements is reality. It's just at a scale of life in a place where people rarely look.
Please welcome to the stage Niklas Bilstein-Saar.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Niklas Bilstein-Saar. I am the founder and creative director of an architecture practice called SUB. I'm really excited to be here today, and I'm grateful to be invited by the world around. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge a few collaborators that has acknowledged some of the ideas that have been articulated in the presentation today. New Models, K. Alan McDowell, Jack Self, Schumann Bazaar, and Good Company. SUB is an architecture office founded in 2017 and based in Berlin. We practice design through synthesis of image, research, technology, and architecture. Our clients are considered active collaborators from the fields of art, fashion, music, and commerce, in ongoing exploration of contemporary rituals. Our studio comprises practitioners from an array of disciplines and cultures. Through our projects, we simultaneously address several scales spanning both time and space. We consider media material that we blend and layer seamlessly with physical materials in the project that we design. In today's talk, I would like to focus on a part of our practice that falls under the category of ephemeral architecture, spaces whose temporal and transient nature enables them to operate in narrative devices. I like to refer to this as stagecraft, architecture storytelling. I'll primarily be covering the typologies of exhibition design and fashion shows as a general introduction of who we are, how we work, and the way we think. It's my first time doing this, I'm a little bit nervous. The title of today's talk is Manticore, a creature out of folklore, a legendary creature comprised of multiple parts from different animals. Just as the manticore is a hybrid of seemingly disparate parts, our design process is a meshwork of disciplines, attempting to transcend the limitations of binary thinking. Myths are a part of every culture in the world and are used to explain natural phenomena, where a certain people come from, how their civilization developed, and why things happen as they do. At their most basic level, myths comfort by giving a sense of order and meaning to what can sometimes seem a chaotic world. The purpose of myths is to provide a foundational truth that allows for interpretation. In other words, they can operate as narrative structures and consensus in our collective imaginary, storytelling templates onto which to project our own lives. This is a goat man. I'm not a trained architect. In fact, I dropped out of school at a very young age. However, instead of being a committed student, I was a hardcore gamer. In particular, I had an affinity towards MMORPG games, mass online role-playing games. It was these virtual worlds that offered me a foundational understanding to world building and informs still today how I look at design. As I later in life started pursuing architecture, I naturally tended to look at all modalities of building worlds through an egalitarian lens as a consequence of my early years spent in front of a screen. CAD and 3D modeling softwares still today look like game engines in my eyes. And there's a correlation between multiplayer games and social media platforms that I find very interesting. The world is a complicated place. The lines between the real and the virtual, information and misinformation, original and modified content becomes increasingly obscured, challenging us to navigate a landscape where multiple interpretations coexist. Platforms, echo chambers, multipolarities, accelerating technologies present a constant state of flux where our language doesn't keep up with the various new phenomena that arises. I've spent a great deal of time scraping online forums like Twitter, Reddit, and Discord, trying to identify where the world is heading, interpolating this with conventional broadcast media in order to imagine some kind of screen recording of the world, which is arguably an impossible task. I recognize, of course, how media-centric this approach is, but it impacts many of our lives. I think we all carry this need of making sense of the noise. What I'm explaining has functioned as a raw material and inspiration to our design practice. Can we identify a common denominator of our moment in time and represent that in space? What do people find relevant in a world where images are constantly making and unmaking themselves? What are the systems we operate within? Can we understand them better? Do we have the ability to question our own frameworks? Are we honest enough to address various complicities within our own design practices? Ultimately, we're faced with our own behaviors. It's simple, and it is here a lot of answers lie to the various questions we wish to address through design and architecture. But we need to understand ourselves in order to understand our surroundings, and we need to understand what influences us and informs our behavior. Deep down, we sense that the world we must navigate operates differently from what we see, and yet it's unclear exactly how. People are ultimately guided by emotions, not intellectual propositions. It's important that the projects we design hold a degree of immediacy, and that any intellectual endeavor is more of an emergent property, where calibrated themes and contradictions, like layers, unfold the longer you stay within the space. Sometimes, the simple gesture of inverting rational conditions can have an immense impact. Visuals of water reflecting on the surface of water feels visceral and dreamlike. For this scenography, we designed sunken submerged bleachers in a black box with a vast kinetic LED screen suspended above. There is an intentionality here to the medium of the message. Are we speaking about the climate? Because one could argue that this theme is in conflict with the format of a fashion show itself. How can discourse around climate manifest itself in a fashion show? Isn't that hypocrisy? Or does the tension of merging climate discourses with fashion show speak on the topic even louder than it would if presented in another format? For our studio, the guiding design idea was the concept of a black box, something that has observable inputs and outputs, yet incomprehensible inner workings. The latent space where dreams and fears and desires fluidly intermingle. In order to stage experiences where feelings can exist in the foreground, we need to work very hard to make everything seem seamless. These projects are the outcomes of extensive testing, analysis, and technical engineering. We relentlessly try to eliminate all elements that do not hold a function or that distract from the primary narrative. It takes a lot of calculative energy to make something feel effortless. In the case of this project, how to level the surface of the basin that held the water was a challenge. We also didn't know if the water would be able to give the impression being infinitely deep. Ideas of adding pigment was discussed but later abandoned. Sometimes I forget, but the entire purpose of the space is to work as a runway for the models. So the water could only be half an inch deep. We resolve these open questions by always building small mock-ups of the spaces. There are too many variables that can go wrong, so everything needs to be tested and proved. And all of our projects tend to be kind of different, so each one comes with its own challenges, and this can sort of be a dirty job sometimes. We have worked closely with the artist Anne Imhoff over multiple years. Working with artists requires another kind of mindset and a collaborative format. Anne Imhoff's exhibition, Nature Morte, was the 5th iteration of the Carte Blanche series at Palais de Tokyo. It occupied the majority of the 20,000 square meters museum surface, which was originally constructed for the 1937 Exposition Internationale. The show comprised both the artist's own works alongside a selection of other works by more than 30 other artists, such as Eugène Delacroix, Giovanni Battista Paranesi, and Katie Noland. Together, the works represented a diversity of media, from painting to performance and sound pieces. The exhibition design began with the removal of all non-permanent partitions, reverting the interior of the museum to its stripped-down state immediately after the 2001 renovation by Lacaton and Vassal. 250 insulated glass units, many covered in graffiti, were extracted from a facade of a deteriorating bank in Turin prior to its demolition and shipped to Paris. Mounted on steel and concrete plinths, the glass walls served as scenographic infrastructure, creating and delineating pathways of the visitors. Additional elements taken or inspired by civic infrastructure were also introduced to further define the scenography. The movement of visitors followed the trajectory from the bright ground floor of the museum into a cavernous basement, with exhibition design serving to structure a sequence that recalled the ritualistic descent underground. The entire exhibition had a liminal quality about it. Anne Imhoff, who is predominantly known for performance work, only held performances within an exhibition over a few days of its total duration. However, when her cast of performers were not present, the visitors could sense the remnants of something taking place or about to begin. The static performative debris remained activated. In the same way, this project actively captured the imagination of its visitors in a static form. The Balenciaga Couture headquarters is located at 10 to 12 Avenue Georges V, at the same address where Christa Balenciaga operated between 1937 and 1968. In the decades after it closed, the building underwent extensive modernization. The design strategy was driven by an attempt to restore the original character of the building, a conceit that required rethinking the meaning of originality to produce a deceptive replica of the former space using archival materials as reference. As seen here, the second floor salon featured sculptured gypsum arabesques, framing doorways and mirrors, treated with a flat and dusty white finish, and accentuated with duchesse curtains. The space is structured in an enfilade of rooms in accordance to the original layout. All surfaces feature various aging treatments, as if the space was left untouched since 1968, offering a fictional narrative as if the salon had been there all along, forgotten and now found. We worked with patination artists who usually work with restoration, but we tasked them to work in reverse. The outcome was a tattered fictional facsimile. At odds with the salon above, the ground floor of the building houses a couture store. It comprises 2 smoked glass volumes that were inserted into the reconstructed Haussmannian facade, establishing a stark contrast between the historic architecture and the interior. Inside, vitrines fitted with pneumatic hardware doors and light-filtering technical glass house the couture garments and frame the naked walls of the original building, at once exposing and protecting the bare wall surfaces. The audience is always active participants in the spaces we design. With our design strategies, I hope to generate an awareness of the audience's own agency, but this is not always so evident. In doing so, we need to operate as schemers and plotters. This is when stagecraft holds another meaning beyond its theatrical association. The scenography for the Balenciaga Summer 20 show comprised 500 seats assembled into an elliptical double spiral. All surfaces were monochrome, saturated in European Union blue. From the wall-to-wall carpeting to the floor-to-ceiling velvet curtains. The design approximated Parliament, acting as a spatial extension of Balenciaga's investigation of power dressing. This was the first show we ever designed. During this period, we actually coincided with this show actually coincided with the date of the UK leaving the European Union. It represented a big identity shift for my generation, and I wanted to try to capture this feeling that was at the tip on everyone's tongue, present yet unarticulated. As the audience entered, there's really only one thing to do: take your seat. However, just by taking your seat, you actively participate in the ceremonies of the parliamentary spaces that were being referenced. In the way of laying a trap, by positioning the bait, in this case the seat, we took advantage of the audience's own natural tendencies against themselves, attempting to blur the reality of watching a fashion show by echoing the ritual that you're getting seated in one of the great halls of politics. A kind of subliminal entrapment where the movement of your body becomes a bridge between your present reality and your imagination. This feeling of immersion might be subtle. Most people probably don't even notice it, but it was designed with these thoughts at hand, an unconscious and silent plot. What you see in front of you here is an artificial weather machine. It was designed for Balenciaga's Winter 22 show. The scenography is comprised by a brightly illuminated circular field covered with artificial snow. But the show was not about simulated weather. The blizzard was merely a consequence to another design intent we wish to explore. Who is the protagonist of these spaces? Who can play with those conditions? And how do we play with those conditions? Sometimes even reversing those dynamics over time. Audience, performer, player, and participant. We all take various roles within the spaces that we inhabit. The show featured models walking amidst a simulated blizzard that grew in intensity as the show progressed. A curved glass wall separated the audience, seated in 2 rows in a darkened corridor. From the environmental simulation, which included atmospheric effects such as wind and fog, as well as lighting design that accentuated the show's dramatic arc, we used the same vendor that engineered the glass facade for Apple Campus 2. The materials, colors, and composition of space was there to emulate a kind of analog smartphone, where the blackness of the glass that separated the audience from the performance functioned as a screen in multiple senses of the word. The clear separation between the simulated storm and the protection of the seating gallery intended to emphasize the audience's active role as a voyeur. The way the effects were integrated into space offered a kind of verisimilitude or plausibility. I was told afterwards that the audience didn't reflect on how the weather conditions were created, and think this is one of the ultimate goals of stagecraft: lifelikeness and believability. is a really good segment that I'm waiting for. There we go. Like a mythological creature that's comprised by many different parts and with physical attributes, so are our minds able to hold multiple contradictory ideas and thoughts at the same time, constantly attempting to draw correlations between what we see and what we sense. Like a generative image model, our minds jump between various assumptions in different levels of resolution. The interplay of semantics and semiotics are beautifully illustrated here within Touch Designer, a node-based visual programming language for real-time interactive multimedia content. I like the idea that we now have a visual representation of a thought that is not fully rendered. Again, an abstraction given a visual anchoring. These particular generative aesthetics presented here now feel ancient in comparison to the recent releases of models like OpenAI's Sora, but they're kind of a part of AI history. The human tendency of absorbing oneself in the lives of others takes an uncanny spin when we are fed back with artificial deepfakes of ourselves that have been mimetically trained on how we behave. It doesn't matter if the person thing actually exists, the concept exists, or the affective zone exists, and can be triggered so long as the image contains enough info to point to a certain part of the network. By studying computer vision, we managed to extract movement patterns by developing control nets that we fed with video from content creation platforms like TikTok. This became a previously uncharted raw materiality. We manipulated this source of material to create new synthetic influencers, which we also prompted to change clothes and morph between gender representation to highlight their artifice. These generative workflows were the building blocks of the Balenciaga Winter 24 show. The show was a long corridor that connected itself. The amount of LED panels we used had more video output than the Sphere in Las Vegas, but was assembled at a fraction of the time. The entrance condition was a concrete environment where we had simulated daylight and shadows slowly moving across the set. What is real and what is not? In this bright new world, we become both creators and our audiences, generating and consuming an endless flow of content. However, anchoring at the stream are stars, algorithmic beacons, with enough attentional gravity to shape large online networks. The show's design played into this by creating a scenario in which the concentration of high-profile identities devirtualize together, only to find themselves trapped in the literal screen space to everyone's amusement. And so, as realities are blending into one another, images are blending into one another, we exist within the confluence of data, sentiment, objects, environments, and people. In our studio's attempt of harnessing any medium as a tool for potential manipulation in the spaces that we design, what emerges is a kind of feedback loop. The investigation and excavation of sociocultural tropes embedded within the contemporary, the deconstruction and reconfiguration of these media and materials into spatial expressions where the intent is to shed light on our moment in time, shows us how we are merely nodes in a broader network. There's always a bigger plot. We mimic mythologies, we mimic each other, and now with emergent synthetic agents trained on mimicking us, they are in their turn making us mimic them. In order to capture these oblique and volatile dynamics in the world, it becomes evident the necessity of operating at the nexus of several disciplines that extend beyond the traditional architecture as we know it. In order to design something meaningful, we need to understand the world we inhabit. We need to embody the manticore. And as you leave the summit today, I'd like for you to reflect on, and through everything that you do, community, politics, culture, and architecture. Who is prompting who? Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Alexis Sablone.
Hi. Hi, it's so nice to be here. Thank you for having me. My name is Alexis Sablone, and I'm a skateboarder and designer, and today I'll be sharing how, for me, those two worlds intersect. I'm assuming you're not all skaters, and hopefully I'm not wrong about that, because before getting into any of my work, I want to spend some time talking about skateboarding. I want to tell some stories and examine how this odd practice involving a piece of wood and wheels has grown into a global community of individuals obsessed with reinterpreting the urban landscape. You probably recognize this building. This is the New York State Supreme Courthouse, downtown on Center Street. As a room full of people invested in architecture, I'm sure each of you could stand out front here and point out some of its features. The Corinthian columns, the elaborate decorated portico up top. If you're a skateboarder, though, you'd point out this. And as a skateboarder, your familiarity with this site would be historically rooted. It would be focused on form, material, tectonic, and yet it would have nothing to do with the so-called architectural history of the courthouse. This list represents every documented skate event that's taken place at the courthouse over the past 30 years. Or in other words, this is a skateboarder's history of the New York State Supreme Courthouse. So skaters possess an almost encyclopedic knowledge of who's done what where, and I bet you some of them could probably recite a list like this with shocking accuracy. And that might seem bizarre to you now, but I'm hoping that by the end of this talk, you'll come to understand a little bit more about skate culture, and maybe even share in my belief that the way skaters relate to, value, and transform the built environment is unique and really worth looking at for anyone thinking about or designing public space. Scan through this list and you'll notice that while the names of the skaters sometimes repeat, the tricks they perform never do. Like other creative disciplines where an artist's work can be referenced but should not be duplicated, in skateboarding, similar principles apply. So once a skater performs and documents a particular trick at a particular spot, other skaters won't repeat it. They'll find their own way to move to interact with the site. Some skaters set themselves apart through their choice of spot, so they'll reject skating established sites like the courthouse altogether and instead comb the city searching for unique unskated terrain. But in either case, in skating, event and site are inseparable. Architecture is never just a generic container. It's the site-specific impetus for performance. And through that performance, hold on, technical difficulty. I don't know. Okay, I'll keep going. Imagine that's playing. Okay, so in this way, through singular performance, skaters leave their mark in the city and are afforded a kind of ownership over the places they've invested their time, passion, and vision into. And I don't mean ownership in like a capitalist sense, because what's claimed here has no inherent financial value and can be shared by other skaters who continue to interpret and reinterpret the same spaces in new ways. Nevertheless, the skate community, it's through this process that the identity of individual skaters becomes meaningfully linked to particular structures and places in the city. One of the first skate videos I ever watched was a video called Welcome to Hell. It featured an all-male crew with the exception of one skater named Alyssa Steamer. And as a 10-year-old, her presence in this video was really my sole source of evidence that other female skaters existed. In the final trick of her part, she approaches from the left in slow motion. The camera pans right to reveal this sloped triangular form. She jumps, gaps into its surface, and rolls away. About 20 years later, I visited Miami and was skating downtown with friends when we arrived at the Triangle. I knew this spot, but I had never physically been there, so it wasn't until I was standing in front of it that I realized I had to try to skate it. I wanted to experience it with my own body. And the realization honestly made me feel a little bit sick because it's a scary spot. That's the view from the top. But I tried. The process was challenging, as it so often is in skating. I fell multiple times. I nearly got arrested. But I came back a couple hours later, and I was able to roll away. And thank you. But this is probably one of the most meaningful tricks I've ever done. It connected me back to a time when everything about skateboarding was still brand new, and to this person that I'd looked up to for years. So while this particular story is really personal, among skaters, the experience is universal. There's a sentimentality that non-skateboarders might feel when visiting prominent landmarks or historic sites. But the sites of skate heritage are sprinkled everywhere, and are not always courthouses or memorials like the ones I've shown. But more often than not, they're unassuming everyday blips in the landscape. A street median, a gap in the sidewalk, a fire hydrant on top of a hill. Still, as skaters, we value these places because they're sites of nostalgia for us. They tie us to past generations of skaters, as well as to our younger selves. But connection to site isn't always routed through decade-old memories and nostalgia. Sometimes it's a much more embodied, ephemeral experience through which we as skateboarders build a connection to a site. What can't readily be understood by watching a few short clips is that behind each trick is often a process so physically and emotionally challenging, it becomes really hard for someone who doesn't skateboard to understand. A single trick may require hundreds of attempts. It may require starting at dawn or sneaking around at night when the threat of getting kicked out is high. It may require returning to the same spot multiple times, days, weeks, months apart. But throughout this long and intense process of trying and failing, skaters learn to adapt their bodies to the forms and rhythms of a space. They repattern their movements to line up with gaps in pedestrian flows and changing traffic lights. They modulate their speed and angles of approach, aware of the precise place on the ground where a tile is raised or a chunk of granite is missing or smooth ground turns into rough. But it's almost always a long, enduring, and really revealing process. So even in cities where private life often slips into public view, friends celebrate, couples break up in subway cars, most people reserve the more intense aspects of their nature for the protected privacy of domestic space. But for skaters, the streets really become a second home, and everything from joy and pain to triumph and failure is experienced out in the open. And it's this emotional process that connects skaters to the physical sites of their experience, but also it connects them to one another. Pushing and testing yourself to personal limits in front of a stranger means you don't stay strangers for long. So it's no surprise that skaters build strong and diverse communities. Today there are about 85 million skaters worldwide, with female skaters actually representing the largest growing subset. Even though skate communities increasingly expand through online social networks and skate parks, still today, and certainly historically, public plazas have played a central role in the health and resilience of our global skate culture. So for centuries, the open spaces of plazas have provided a place for overlap and convergence in the city. And for skaters, they've done exactly that, becoming a natural nucleus for the local skate scene, providing a constant backdrop to the informal, unscheduled, and often spontaneous nature of skateboarding. Around the world, wherever plazas have provided a place smooth enough to accommodate the rotation of 50-millimeter wheels, skateboarders have flocked. As the site where lifelong friendships and mentorships form, the place where entire generations of skaters have spent their adolescence and continue to return to well into adulthood, you can start to see how the attachment to a plaza builds. So when one of them gets destroyed, it's devastating to the skate community. The story of Love Park demonstrates this best. That's the slide you're looking at now is Love Park, was Love Park. Love is arguably the most cherished skate spot of all time. When it was demolished in 2016, I know multiple people that snuck into the construction zone just to grab chunks of rubble because they wanted to keep a small piece of love forever. In 2021, this skate article came out sharing images of the off-site location where the city had been storing stacks of Love's dismantled pavers, and skaters had been traveling there, breaking in, repositioning the tiles into new skatable configurations just so they could keep skating Love. And in perhaps the strangest plot twist, the city of Malmö, Sweden, where there's a vibrant skate scene, worked with the city of Philly to acquire some of the tiles, and they've since rebuilt a one-to-one replica of a portion of Philly's Love Park in Malmö, Sweden. And Love Park Malmö will open to the public in 2 weeks. As I move into sharing some of my design work, I want to first show this short clip from the Tokyo Olympics.
Sablone dropping in. And kick flip 50-50 on the 8-stair hubba.
Okay.
Wow.
So that's me trying a trick on a solid concrete railing as the announcer refers to the obstacle by its technical name, a hubba. So the etymology of that term dates back to this classic San Francisco spot from the 90s. At that time, the word hubba was a colloquialism for crack. People used the space to engage in illicit activities because it was partially sheltered from view. So when skaters started showing up in the early 90s to try to skate these symmetric concrete railings, the two groups shared the space. And the skaters nicknamed the spot Hubba Hideout. Hubba Hideout went on to become such a fixture of modern street skateboarding that the term hubba became synonymous with the type of concrete railing it featured. So today we call hubbas all over the world. We have hubbas here in New York, hubbas on every continent. So although the last few decades have seen skateboarding grow into a mainstream presence with purpose-built training grounds all over the globe and podiums inside of the world's most prestigious arenas, its essence, down to the very language we still use, comes from a subculture born out of street skateboarding. So I've spent the better part of my life now as a skateboarder, and in that time I've witnessed and participated in the ways it's grown and changed. But it's really only in the last decade that I began thinking about skateboarding more critically. Skateboarding was not the reason I studied architecture, or if it was, I guess I just didn't see it at the time. To me, skateboarding occupied opposing poles. On the one side, you had this growing world of skate parks, spaces designated for skateboarding, great for building skills and community, but also conceptually rigid, fenced off, disconnected from the streets. And on the other side, you had street skateboarding, which for decades has transformed architecture designed without knowledge of its existence through deliberate, artistic, and even rebellious reappropriation. So maybe it was because I was too close to skating that it took me a while to realize there might be an interesting space for design in between these two poles. Eventually, I began imagining other urban typologies and started to think about ways I might integrate skatable forms into more open-ended, interactive public spaces and sculptures. My design process began by trying to collapse and catalog the spatial conditions skaters seek out. I arrived at the following. Banked surface, so not a vertical wall, not level ground, and ranging in scale from a cellar door to a San Francisco hill. Change in elevation, from the unit of a stair to a roof-sized drop. Exposed edge, from bench to handrail to hubba, any edge condition that offers the skateboard a place to latch onto and find new equilibrium. Thread the needle, an aperture or space between two solid objects, big enough for the body to fit through, but small enough for the associated thrill and risk and spectacle. Gap in plan, two-level surfaces with a space in between, or a chunk excised from a larger surface, from street gaps to the space between two water towers. So all skate spots employ one or a combination of these simple conditions. And in my work, I've sought to recombine these elements into new forms that are usable, playable, but not at once legible. This project, for example, is situated along Lisbon's waterfront, whether it's a place to meet up, skate, play, or simply a place to sit down and rest. It's really not my place to say. The point to me is that it's there, it's asking to be engaged, it's open to interpretation. Skaters don't need to be told. And children certainly don't need to be told. They find ways to interact. And I don't know, I personally love that, and I find that inspiring. Candy Courts. This project sits across from a middle school in Montclair, New Jersey, a kind of vibrant and active sculpture garden. These skatable pieces, occupy a vacated pair of tennis courts. And the young skaters in this community fought hard, organized, and spoke really eloquently over the course of years to win the city's approval to use this space. The adjoining courts function as a DIY space, so skaters continue to build new, lighter weight pieces, and they drag them all around. So as a result, the space is really alive, constantly evolving, and being remade around these more permanent sculptures. Sunseed is on the grounds of a community center in Richmond, Virginia. There's a ribbon-like path exiting the existing skate park, linking it into this pavilion meant to be shared by skaters and the broader community. Its tinted oculus allows a moving yellow sliver of light to play along its surface, marking the passage of time and connecting the experience of passing time with the pleasure of this childlike pastime. Lastly, and this was my first project ever built, Lady in the Square in Malmo, Sweden. I think probably just down the road from where this new Malmo Love Park has been installed. A lady only by name may be more aptly characterized as strong, brutal, certainly challenging to skate. She's a collection of forms that defy definition, yet her presence is solid and undeniable as she occupies this plaza. For me, she's a response to a void that I felt was there, something I experienced for decades as a non-male skateboarder. But it's been really remarkable for me to watch and witness all the ways that this beautiful community of skateboarding that I love has finally begun to change and shift all around her. To close, I guess, I'll just say that, I grew up in an era where absolutely nobody liked skateboarding, except skaters. So I wouldn't have had the opportunity to stand up here and talk about this. And if I had said that talking about skateboarding belonged in an architecture summit, people would have laughed at me. So skaters were just disrespectful punks and vandals. The irony there is that all along, in their own way, skaters have cared more about the urban landscape than most people could ever imagine. And as a designer, I think I've really latched onto that fact, and to this notion that the love for a city forms when a person has agency, when the city becomes playable. So my work, is an ongoing project to make new spaces that conjure that spirit in skaters and non-skaters. And maybe it's a utopian mission, but I hope from these spaces more diverse, engaged, and caring communities can grow. That's all. Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage Samip Padora.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I'd like to thank the World Around curatorial team for having invited me here. I, along with my partners, Vami and Aparna, who are also in the audience, are thrilled to be presenting our work in a building that we've studied in school and revered all along. But I have to confess also that when the team first asked if we present the Hampi Art Labs project in this conference, we were a bit unsure, primarily because, well, not primarily, firstly because it was a building that wasn't completely finished as yet, but also because it was a building that we struggled with a lot. Struggled not just with the pragmatics, because it started pre-COVID, shut down for 2 years during COVID, and then the lack of funding post-COVID and so on and so forth, but also because we struggled to position the project when we started conceptualizing it. And this was really where that title comes from. We struggled with the conceptual context of the project itself. Though the title's also a bit tongue-in-cheek because this project's done in India, and that's where we live and work. And as you know, India, for all of you who've been there, India is a place where there is an abundance of context. I mean, you can't miss it. It's in your face. Its context is something that is inescapable. It is also fluid. It's dynamic. It changes every 200 kilometers. You find people with different ways of dressing, eating, even the language, the dialect changes every 200 kilometers as well. So context is extremely important, but also extremely fluid. It's further deepened, this diversity is further deepened by the range of geographical contexts that we inhabit, right from the Himalayas down to the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. What happens with this is that it produces very specific architectural types responding to the cultural diversity as well as the kind of geographical variations. And over time, these architectural types tend to ossify in our memory, in our cultural history, and become these artifacts of the past that you deal with almost on an everyday basis, where the past then doesn't stay in the past, it's also simultaneously in the present. And we've done a few projects where we've grappled with this kind of, this image in memory and the way to kind of process that. In the case, in this project that's up on the screen, the first one of these was a project where we were asked to do a satellite temple precinct of a 10th century temple that was built in South India. So our project actually, while it worked on the planning systems of the original temple, also took to understanding the surrounding context and to realize the fact that there was a huge water crisis that had caused cropping patterns in that area to change. So we also overlaid this water management project as a part of the temple complex that we were designing and building, and then used that as a means to also look at the agricultural produce of the area. So when the Hampi Art Labs project came to us, it came to us through the aegis of the same owners of the temple project that I just showed you. And we were very excited about the project because obviously we had a relationship with the client. The site itself was in southern India. It's southern central India. It's a site that excited us not just because of the fact of the program, which was an artist's residency program that would invite young artists to come and stay there. It was located right next to India's largest steel production facility, but the reason why we were also excited about the project was because it was just 60 kilometers away. I mean, the site is completely barren, as you can see here. They're very featureless. There wasn't anything that was particularly interesting about the site itself, but the reason why we were excited about the project was because just 60 kilometers away from our site are the ruins of a 13th century medieval kingdom, an empire called the Vijayanagar Empire, which has been of late in the news again because it was one of the original Hindu kingdoms, and given the kind of political narrative that's in circulation in the country, it had become a part of conversation within sociocultural circles. And it was this site, which was incredibly beautiful. It sits in this idyllic landscape of boulders and hillocks and these beautiful ruins that even today evoke a sense of grandeur from many centuries ago. This was what really we thought might be a means for us to begin our engagement on a project where we didn't seem to have much else in terms of context in the immediate vicinity of our site. And we really were trying to see if there was this kind of architectural history could be for us a means to begin engaging with the site itself and the archetype that existed, in this case, the beautiful Virupaksha temple complex with, in Hampi, currently a living kind of heritage monument with these beautiful colonnades that actually lead you from the entrance gateways to congregation spaces, through courtyards, to the final site of the temple. So we were really looking to see if there was something that we could bring from here to the project that we were working. This is a plan of the existing complex. You can see the incredibly articulated formats of movement and congregation. Movement and congregation almost seem to seamlessly kind of blend into one another. And these were our first impressions of the project. We were trying to bring that same idea of circulation, congregation through courtyards, to see if we could create an architecture that spoke of the past, learning from the past, and then to start imagining various ways that this could manifest through, again, colonnades, circulation spaces, congregation spaces, living areas, to see if the architecture that we were producing would be in some sense a homage to the architecture of Hampi, but at the same time be able to also speak to a future. But while we were doing all of this, what I think we also struggled with was the fact that the translation of the history seemed too immediate and very architectural, given the fact that this would be an artist residency where there'd be young artists coming from all around the country and the subcontinent. It seemed like we were fixating on an architectural envelope that would be very rigid to incorporate all the kind of variety of works that would be made here in the residency. It was then through conversations with the client that there seemed to be perhaps another way to kind of understand this context of context. And this is the patron, the chairperson of the JSW Foundation, Sangeeta Jindal, speaking about her vision for the project.
Hampi Art Labs was uniquely born of place and founded on an ethos of interdisciplinary institution building inspired by the ancient site of Hampi. Hampi was the last capital of the last great Hindu kingdom of Vijayanagara and a place where art, heritage, and nature intermingle.
And it was exactly that last bit that where she spoke about the idea of nature and art intermingling that led us to start thinking about the larger lens through which we could look at Hampi, and to see the fact that perhaps the architecture of Hampi is what it is and its experience is what it is because of the fact that it's situated within a particular landscape, the landscape that is made by the Tungabhadra River that cuts through Hampi, creating this incredible littoral experience that is unlike anything in that region. And it was this understanding of the landscape as perhaps being the context that we need to start registering, that we started to look at clues through which we could then perhaps imagine another kind of project. So we started by looking at the river Tungabhadra to see its flows, to see if we could bring that kind of metaphoric sense of movement of water or of people through our site, through the various programs that we would need within the residency project, and to see if there was an architecture that could, in some sense, emerge from this abstraction of the idea of the flow of the river, and to see if, in some sense, that barren, benign site that we had actually gotten to work with could really be something that would be transformed by the gentle topography of the Tungabhadra and its surroundings. It was with this kind of orientation that we then started imagining a new project and to see if architecture and landscape could really combine as a singular project, and something that we could then see through the lens of an experience where people would move through the project, through the landscape within the building, and also on top of the building where the ground extends as an extension of the landscape. The figure ground itself became quite clear with the way that we were articulating the various programs and the way that people would move through the space. And the extension of the ground through the building and its almost cavernous-like spaces that would emerge through the project. And while we were while we were kind of dreaming all of this up, while we were making these drawings, what was also emerging was the fact that there is a particular kind of architecture that was coming through, which required complex construction techniques, also complex geometries to resolve. But it's not like we haven't done this in the past. These diagrams are from a project that we built a few years ago for a library where we were building in another part of India, building this library for a school, where the entire project was really a simple catenary bolt that used no RCC, no steel, and was completely in compression. So it wasn't like we hadn't grappled with this kind of complex construction, but in the case of the new project, in the case of Hampi Art Labs, we didn't have access to the kind of skilled resource we did when we built this vault. So really, for us, this idea of frugality, both of means, of finance, but also of human resource, was something that we were starting to think through as to how do you build something that would, in some sense, require much more sophisticated means of construction. And while we drew up the project, we drew up all of those 3,000-odd sections that we needed to make to build this. We were also starting to see if there was an economical way for us to actually construct the double-curved slabs of the project. And what emerged for us was when we started excavating for the foundations of the building, we actually began to use the soil that came out of that excavation as a means to compact and provide shuttering for the casting of those double-curved surfaces. Once that casting was complete, we took that soil back and used it to develop a landscape, and you can actually see how that compacted earth is being used as shuttering for those shells that actually go in. So the shuttering cost was literally nothing. And like I said, that soil was used again to produce the landscape that we designed, but also that soil went back into to testing plasters, because the soil was also very iron-rich, and to see if that red oxide would really inform a certain palette of color. It was also used to make brick that we used in the project, along with various other crafts that we actually ended up using for light fixtures, burnt clay, and so on and so forth. So that part of the project was done. The second part of the project now looked at the interior, which is now under construction, and this is something that's being implemented as we speak now. It's about using local crafts that are in and around that region, and to see how that becomes a layer that we add to the experience of the project as we go forward. And this is the project as it is currently seen. It's in the second cycle of its artist residency program, and it is inspired, as I said earlier, with the gentle kind of topographies of the Hampi landscape. It is about weight. It's about heaviness, it's about weight, but it's also about weightlessness. It's about flotation. It's about the landscape and building form. It's about shade in the harsh Hampi sun. It's about in the interior programs that currently have gallery spaces, workshops, studios, but also have frames that actually look outside into the landscape to start conversations where the building actually responds and is in dialogue with the sky, where it undulates to incorporate landscape that changes through the year as the seasons change. It is, the buildings are a landscape sculpted by the metaphoric flows through the site. It is a conversation that the warm glow of the iron oxide plaster creates with the rest of with its immediate environment when the sun hits it. It's the idea that the building really then becomes a means to frame both landscape as well as the natural elements of the sky.
Please welcome to the stage Beatrice Galilee.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, again. Hope you're all enjoying the day so far. I just wanted to come in and give a little personal introduction to the next panel because, and I hope you don't mind the personal interlude, but this panel is very special to me because some of you may know that I was the former architecture and design curator at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. And when I was there, I worked with an extraordinary woman called Sandra Jackson-Dumont, who was the head of education. And together we came up with an idea for a conference called A Year of Architecture in a Day. That project that was at the Met between 2016 and 2019 was the kind of precursor to The World Around. So I'm so proud that Sandra is in her new role as the director of the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art, able to join us here, which is, as some of you heard, like Jermaine Barnes saying this morning, a bit of a full circle moment. But also super special is that the conversation is with Ma Yansong, who also has I have a kind of personal biography with, because my first ever curatorial project was in China in 2009. I was the curator of the Shenzhen Hong Kong Biennale. And I met Ma while I was living in Beijing and was lucky enough to learn about his practice, meet his studio, go to dinners, and he was part of the Biennale. So it's with great pride and pleasure that I'm able to introduce what I think is going to be a super important and really revelatory conversation, moderated by the wonderful Asima Jansveld. So warmly welcome to The World Around to Ma Yansong, Sandra Jackson-Dumont, and Asima Jansveld. Thank you so much, everybody. Thanks.
Please welcome to the stage Ma Yansong, Sandra Jackson-Dumont, and Asima Jansveld.
My name is Asima Jansveld. I'm the Chief Programming and Engagement Officer at the High Line. And one of my favorite parts of my job is really thinking about how their leaders are looking to reuse infrastructure as public spaces in their communities, just like the High Line did on the west side of Manhattan here in New York. And I'm really thrilled to have been invited to moderate this conversation with one of the High Line's board members, Sandra and Ma Yansong, who are also really breaking the boundaries and being innovative and thinking about how a building, a public space can interact with its community. So I'm looking forward to this conversation. Welcome.
Thank you.
So just to start, Ma, we talk about the Lucas Museum as something that is about visual storytelling and that it is going to show us how we can connect to shape a more just society. So I'd love if you could just start us out by taking us through your vision, your design, your conceptual drawings. And as you do so, if you could start with answering the question about what story does your building tell?
Okay, hi, I'm architect Ma Yansong behind the project. We have the office called MAD from China. But this project it's been long, it's been some years. But today is the first time we can show some images. Firstly, I want to show you some progress. I think this is the latest.
I think you wanted to start, yes, not with the construction images, right? You want to show your renderings.
Yeah, we show the backward.
We're living in living color, so like
we're showing.
We can change this in a moment if we have to.
Yeah, can we also show some?
There we go.
Okay, those are. Oh, those are, you cannot tell which one is real. But this one is. this one was actually the design image we had earlier. Those are renderings of the project.
Slow down and let them see some of them. Slow down for a second.
Because I've seen this a million times. But basically, you can see the idea is that the building floating, is lifted above the ground. Later on, I will explain the site. You can see a big arch. There's almost like a gateway. You can enter the the space beyond the building. So the building is located in a very linear site. It's a long building, but it's not a wall. It's not a barrier, so you can walk through freely. So we created a public plaza underneath the building. From here, you can enter. There's a park called Exposition Park in LA, where there are also Natural History Museum, there's a Space Museum, there are other institutions. So this is more like a building as a gateway. That was my first sketch. Maybe that's how story started. You can see at the very beginning, we like to leave the building in order to free up a lot of space underneath the building. So you can see that on the ground level, we have a plaza, we have a lot of landscape, we kept some trees, and on the roof, we're thinking elevated green garden on the roof. So idea was, after you create this building, you still have a lot of green space on the ground. Also, you double it. You create more green space on the rooftop. There's two elevated green space, and that's when you have this is a recent construction photo actually. You see this park and the gateway. That's outside this gate is a city, and inside where the green is like courtyard park in between the museums. So here you can see how the building is lifted. So this building actually will provide shading for the people on the ground, so people can gather underneath the building here. So this is actually an existing pathway. You can see through this building. So from here you only see part of it. The gallery is a connection on the upper level. So that's our vision for the plaza. I think that's quite an important space for people trying to go into the museum. Also, the visitors go to other museums. So we want to create this plaza where you can see two lobbies. One is, I think, lobby into the exhibition. The other lobby go to the education part of the museum. And also here you can see Oculus above you. So you can be there without purpose. You can just look at the sky and enjoy the shadow. And that's the recent Oculus. It's an incredible space with a very large span structure and the material. So that's when you look down, that's a design image. We imagine there's a green roof on the top, but from here you can see the people down below. So there's a visual connection right here, and that's the Oculus. When you look at it from the gallery level, from inside you can see the outside, the natural light coming in. So that's the lobby. From the plaza, you go into this really transparent and open space, and we basically lift most exhibition space on the upper level. So you take these glass elevators. So you start the journey from the city, there's a neighborhood, and going to a different atmosphere. So that's a lobby with a natural light, everything. So that's also construction construction photos from inside. That was the original location. So this is an old photo, of course. So that was a very linear, long site with a hard surface with some parking functions in there. So from the first visit, we want to make it a park. Of course, we need to make a building, but actually, eventually, we make a building as almost like a nature element. So we create more green and more playground throughout all this site, and we put a parking underground, a lot of more parking space underground, and then make the building elevated. Yeah, that's actually the environment, right? That's the landscape we try to imagine and make. Yeah.
And the landscape is also connecting to other adjacent park spaces, correct, right, in the neighborhood?
Yeah, as you can see, there are several large-scale buildings and museums around this area, and there's a big green space in the center. So our building is on the edge.
Yeah. Maybe we can pause here for 2 seconds. So there's a master plan that's been created for Expo Park. This is without the soccer field and without the playground at the other end. This represents 11 acres of space that is completely dedicated to the museum. That parking lot, all that asphalt was collecting so much heat, and this particular part of Los Angeles has shade equity issues. I didn't know anything about shade equity until I moved to Los Angeles. And so what Ma has designed, actually the building itself as it comes up has created this incredible canopy where there's tremendous amount of shade in an area that actually has, compared to some very specific neighborhoods like Los Feliz parts of, that's part of Los Angeles, they have 30 to 40% more tree canopy covers than we have in South LA. So people suffer from heat stroke in many cases in this particular area. There's also not a lot of green space in this area. So that park across the street, that green space between the Coliseum across from the building and across from the Museum of Natural History, that park, that's a state park. Exposition Park is a state park. And so what we're doing, and Mia Lehrer is the landscape architect of MLA Architects in Los Angeles, has designed this landscape to actually respond to the building. She says it's almost like a hero's journey through these undulating kind of this undulating landscape to get to the final destination, which is the building itself. And when Ma said we added parking spaces, we pushed all of that underground and added additional 600 parking spaces underneath the building. Therefore, like removing all of those eyesores and putting it all underground and accessible to the various resources that are in the area. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. Finish.
Keep going.
Yeah, I finished. I think that's, we have more. Yeah. Of course, there's some...
It's a big building.
This is quite a special museum, I think, from the program aspect. There's some exhibition, but more education spaces, like classrooms, theaters. And here's an image of the library. You can have a great view towards the future park. So that's some interior space. And that's the one end of the building is almost like a cantilever floating structure overhanging on the falling water. Well, actually, this falling behind the water is a cooling system. So the water actually cool the machine behind. So it's a sustainable feature of the building. There's some details, photos above the roof. You can see half of the roof is covered with the green, and another half we applied a lot of solar panels facing south and west. And those are some panels. We want to use really large panels to have a more seamless effect. And so we have to use really advanced technology to make them. And all these panels are very thin, very light. So they can easily carry and put on. And they each one is a unique shape. Because you can see the sketch from the beginning, the building in the end almost carry that organic and the natural shape. So we need really good technology to produce all these materials. Yeah, so that's basically the status. And maybe you announce the date, maybe next.
Are you kidding? In this room?
Because the building will be finished soon, right? The building will be complete.
We're hoping for 25. Of all the people, like, we're hoping for 25. Yeah. That's what we're sticking with. Yes.
So what I'm hearing from you, Ma, is that when we talk about what is the story this building is telling, I'm hearing that it's a lot about this interplay of the outdoors and the indoors, and even from that initial sketch that was a primary priority for you, to bring the building up and to ensure that there was this like interplay of space and sustainability, that it's visible on the outside, it's visible on the inside, that we're really making that a landmark of the building, which is really beautiful. Sandra, from your point of view, you know, not from the built building, but thinking about what's going on inside the building, the kind of social and the community interaction you want to have. You come from, as Beatrice mentioned, you were at the Met most recently. Before this, you've worked in a multitude of other art museums and gallery spaces. And so I'm curious to hear, like, what was the #1 thing that you sought to do differently when you came to the helm at the Lucas Museum from where you had been before? What were you really excited about trying out or experimenting with?
Well, I think coming to work at this place, first of all, thank you, World Around, thank you, or Beatrice. I think that one of the things I was really most interested in is the fact that this incredible resource would be in a neighborhood like South LA, and that whatever the architecture was, it would really need to be in dialogue with this neighborhood. And I think some people will call this, oh, look at this, it looks like a spaceship, it looks like this, it looks like all these things, a cloud, and it's kind of, and I love that Ma is like, it's whatever people want it to be. Like they're coming to it on their own terms. And that's kind of the idea of narrative art, that people bring their own stories, their own ideas, their perspectives to works of art, but that there's so many works of art that have influenced how we see each other. They shape how we perceive the world, how we make decisions. They've actually determined some of our actions, some of them for better or for worse. And so to have a building that kind of can speak to that is really incredible. Like you can layer things onto stuff. This building in particular is what I was excited about coming here to work on was that I've never worked in a building where I actually was starting from scratch. And it's kind of a naive gesture to think that any museum is starting from scratch. You don't tackle the history of art and think you're starting from scratch. But this particular building, it's not until I really came there and started being in the space that I realized that this is so specific to this location. And I don't feel like I've worked in a place that had that level of intentionality in many ways. I've worked in lots of incredible places where we've retrofitted buildings that were banks or this, or expanded, and it became 17 buildings of an institution. So this actually, there was a fence, Ma didn't say this, but there's the parking lot, and that's where they used to hold USC's tailgating parties for the games across the street, which is also where the '84 Olympics happened. And so if you think about that space and put a fence around it, a chain link fence around it, and across the street, most of the pictures are from the perspective of the cultural institutions. So we're starting to take more pictures so you actually see the neighborhood itself that's on the other side, which is so residential and so dynamic and so diverse. So we see this as a project that's adding strength to existing strength, but that fence around it meant that all the people on the other side had to literally walk all the way around it to get to those amazing resources. Now, Ma could have built a building that took up all the physical space on the bottom, but instead he actually lifted the building up exactly where the street was, which is 39th Street. And so this might sound corny, but I do feel like the city now runs through this building, that it actually is a thoroughfare for people to walk through, come across, and get this museum as a resource, walk the parks, experience these things, but they also are getting to the other side where they can go swimming at where the Olympics have happened. They can actually take in a garden. Elders can walk. Aunties can play cards. And they can also come into the building and experience all of the resources and experiences that are made for them. And that's pretty special, I think. So thank you for not creating another wall by building a wall of a building.
Well, this feeds into my next question because, in some of the documentation, it talks about this design, the structure being a building that's made for our time. And when we think about what a museum symbolizes in a community as a holder of history, and what it means to actually create a museum of today. When we talk about monuments for today, when we talk about museums for today, I know there's a lot of people here who have been involved with museum design in the past. Do you think that it's important that when we think about new museums of our time, that we're creating this interplay with our community in a more meaningful way instead of having a standalone structure? And I'll ask Ma to start with that one.
I think all the cultural institutions, including a lot of museums, they are about the time. Like you go there, you see things from other time, but you're from the today. You're from now, and it's all about how you receive this information and imagine something about the future and reflect or mirror back to the reality. So I think it's important as a building, as architecture, it's also encourage this happen, to create a certain atmosphere. In my ways, I like something more abstract, but it doesn't have a strong reference of the time or a certain cultural element. But at the same time, people can feel something, maybe from ancient time or something so unfamiliar, so they will think about the future. So to create another time and space for visitors to not only seeing the exhibition, but also before the visit or after this experience continue, and they would imagine something more beyond the present.
Well, a couple of the speakers earlier said like profound things, like someone said the past doesn't stay in the past. And someone else talked about the door of no return. If you've ever been to one of them on Goree Island or whatever, you know that those are like incredible narrative, that's narrative architecture. I don't know if there's such a thing, but like it is literally seducing you into almost your torment through light and design. So when I'm thinking about this, I'm thinking about museums. I don't feel like they're ever only in the past. I think that artwork is instructive about who we are, who we've been, what we can be. But I think museums are places of discourse, not just like repositories, but that these objects are instructive and complicated, and so are we. And so I think a place like this really allows us to be that. I'll also say that I think this particular kind of architecture, as I'm walking people through, we took a bunch of people from South LA through the building, and they know this area. And when we say South LA, just to put a little finer point on it, it's South Central. It's Watts. It's Exposition Park. It's Lemert Park. It's Crenshaw. It's places that have also, through the largest cultural producer that we know, film on so many levels, has actually kind of catalyzed certain images about these areas as being bad and dangerous, et cetera, but they bring there's so much, there's an alternative story to it as well. But we took people through and they were like, without even talking about it, they were like, oh my gosh, I can't wait to come and sit here in what we call these viewpoints, where you can look out. And you look out into LA, and there's no other place in LA where you can see LA from this vantage point. And that you could participate in this conversation with nature. Like there's this inside-outside thing that's happened in this building, and it's porous, and it privileges the viewer's perspective and the participant's perspective. And so there's something really quite wonderful about that. So I don't think the past lives in the past. I think or these objects are in the past. I think we bring them with us wherever we go, and we bring our perspectives with us too.
Which is the basis of narrative history, I assume, for what's happening at this museum in the future. So you touched on something, the importance of community and being in South LA. Maybe we can scroll through a couple of other of the construction images to just talk about this. But I'm curious, Sandra, how you have emulated what you want this building to be in the community during the construction process. Have there been ways that you've involved the community? You talked about tours. Are there other ways that you've ensured that this feels of the community, that they belong here, that this isn't something that's just come into their area?
Yeah. Well, one of the things I think that's most important in any kind of work when you are participating in a neighborhood or is to actually be where you should be when you don't have a microphone. So a lot of the work that we do is really about like just being and participating in activities and engagement so people know who we are as an institution. And so that might be a festival, it might just be a community board meeting, it might be in a classroom, it may just be meeting one-on-one with the organization that's across the street, like Wellnest or Community Coalition. These are all people that are very much invested in a creative economy, and then and a social economy as well, and doing what's best in the most simple terms for the people of South Los Angeles. And so we're not only, you'll hear us talk a lot about South Los Angeles, and we feel like if we do right by the neighborhood, we do right by other areas as well. And we call that kind of like a ripple effect, if you will. Our founders, George Lucas and Melody Hobson, are really interested in kind of how we are an asset and a resource. And so some of the things that we've done are, people will say, when I first came there, we would talk a lot about, in a 5-mile radius of the museum, there's 501 schools. There's 501 schools within a 5-mile radius of this building. Oh. You can walk here. That's incredible. People wish for this, The second thing is we would talk about all these statistics. It felt very much like Wikipedia in many ways, like, all the data and statistics. And then I was like, we should just walk the neighborhoods in a 5-mile radius. So you cannot work at the Lucas Museum unless you actually do neighborhood orientations. And we invite our partners, people who are working in the neighborhoods, to come out and talk. And we go inside those places and we support businesses. We buy books from there versus somewhere else, from bookstores in the neighborhood. If we're feeding folks, things are catered from this area. So people actually feel like there is an investment. One of the other things is that local hires have been super important to us. We have had our, percentage requirement, I think it was like 23%, and we've always been above 60, sometimes reaching as much as 73% of local hires. It's an imperative. So I can walk the site, our safety person. I'm like, Kenny, I introduced Kenny because Kenny grew up literally down the street and lives in the neighborhood still. And there's generations of people that actually, the father, the grandfather are on the site, or the son and the father are on the site. There are people who have worked on the Getty Museum and they work at this site. So we're looking at how can people feel like they actually had their imprint on the building. And so when I speak at the holiday party and I thank them, I'm like, your DNA is in this building. Like physically, you have touched the bones of this building. And thank you for it. So
that's wonderful.
I don't know if that is the answer to your.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely. Ma, there's a lot of technological innovation that went into creating this kind of structure that's floating above the ground level. And I know that took a lot of innovation and math and science to make this all happen. So I'm curious to hear a little bit more from you about what is something new that you tried here or that you were really excited to try out here that now you would love to incorporate in your future designs or plans, or something that you think other architects should be considering as part of their kit of parts?
In the future, we'll use more different technologies. I think there will be, during the process, I really find two very important things. One, I think, is when you create a public space like this not only indoor but also outdoor public space, it's very good you provide such a space. But more important is about the quality of such a space. I think what makes a public space wonderful is people not only want to be there, but also they have the encouragement to think something differently, to talk to other people together, and then they do something really change the way they behave before. I think that's something I try to also do in this building in the future. The other one is when we talk about a lot of nature topics about the nature. In this building, of course, we try to do more landscape, more green, and more shading area, the roof, garden. But more than that, the building itself almost become, you mentioned several terms, the cloud. We talk about the canopy like trees, growing, the energy. So building the man-made structure itself can be the extension, a discussion of the nature. We don't have to separate the man-made and the nature. So the architecture, especially sometimes when we build a building in a city, the scale is big, sometimes much bigger than trees. So you can put maybe 10 trees on the roof, on the building, but more important, the building itself has, I think, some inspiration from the nature. Also can build up this emotional connection between the nature and the human, so as a device. So I think that's something I find.
One of the things that's interesting is, so there are many things that, as I understand from Ma, that inspired this design. But one of the things I was excited to hear was that one of the inspirations was also the tree canopy. The indigenous people of this particular land are the Tongva people. And their origin story is that they came from the earth. So for me, as someone who is thinking about site specificity, that is like really important. The other thing I would say is, you were asking about the technical aspects of this. Going into the trailers, I am not an architect, but going into the trailers, I'm like, those folks are sweating in an amazing way. Because to realize this level of beauty, it requires like an incredible partnership between, you know, the architects that are realizing the vision of Ma. And so Mike Siegel from Stantec and Angelo Garcia from Skywalker, they've really pulled out all the stops to make this happen. And when I think about it, if it were left to me, there are some things I really would have cut that corner. I really, truly would have. But I'm always used to working from a place of deficit in culture. You know, sometimes when we work in museums, we're always trying to make stuff, like make it work with the small resources or whatever. And one of the things I'm so proud of, especially when I take people through this building, is that this neighborhood deserves a project like this. Like, people should be able to get great things where they live. And this is one of the most powerful pieces of this place, that the folks across the street literally can walk to this resource and be proud of it and be excited about it and also be curious about it from afar. I was talking to George Lucas the other day and Melody, and she was like, say what you always said. And he was like, I just want people to be like curious about this building from afar, and when they get inside, they are inspired in the building too. And so this is a really, I mean, I'm really excited that
it's a part of the journey.
Happening. Yeah, it's a journey. Yeah. We won't go so far as to say the hero's journey, but we'll say journey.
Well,
Just journey.
I can see we're out of time, but I would love for just the very quick, like when this building does open, 25 or beyond, that we have, what would make it feel like you've really been successful in what you sought to achieve? Like, what's the one thing that'll make it look like it's really what you wanted when you envisioned it? Ma, can I ask you first?
Oh, okay. I think if you happen to visit LA or you have a friend there, they like to show you around the building. If you come here, they are proud of this building, and eventually people from all over the world, they can come and see the building.
Yeah. I would say two things. One is that people come back again and again and again. That it's not a one-stop experience, that they actually start to curate experiences that we haven't even thought of. That there's three things: that they study this building and whatever lessons they take from it actually end up being implemented for the good. And then three, the investments that have been made at this moment to realize this project actually serve us in savings later, because it's been really wonderful to see the forward thinking, the longitudinal plan that all the people that are involved in realizing this built project have thought about ahead of time. So I feel like it's a great pre-planning project. It's not frivolous. So.
Well, thank you, Ma. Thank you, Sandra. We're very excited about the work that you've been putting together here and to come visit it when it opens. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. That concludes session 2. We're going to have a very short 5-minute stretch your legs break, and then we'll be back for our final session, A Planetary Landscape. See you in 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
This concludes Session 2 of the World Around Summit. We will now have a short break before Session 3, A Planetary Landscape, begins. Please take your seats. The World Around Summit 2024 will continue shortly. Please take this time to silence all devices, and we hope you enjoy Session 3, A Planetary Landscape. Please welcome to the stage Beatrice Galilee.
It was a very short break, I know, sorry. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Well, thank you for staying for such a marathon day. Our World Around Summit is kind of renowned for, it's like an endurance test. So, if you make it through a whole World Around Summit, we'll give you, a badge at some point. But yeah, thank you so much for being part of this. I think, we've had some super special conversations, and, we're really glad to be here with you all tonight. So I'm just going to be basically introducing our final panel, which is a conversation that has been, it kind of represents a series of conversations that we've been interested in at the World Around with our partners at Fondation Cartier. We are when thinking about what we can do as an organization about putting forward conversations around architecture, landscape design kept recurring as a theme, as a point of view. We've had a number of landscape architects speak, urbanists speak, and in thinking about what designers can meaningfully do to make, the kind of contradiction of the idea of building something to make something better, when inherently building is in itself extractive, problematic, resource intensive. And we kind of started to look at the idea of landscape as this sort of, this really fascinating, huge, vast-scale practice that was integrated to so many of the concerns that we have, so many of the issues that we're facing today. And together with Béatrice Grenier, who is my co-curator of this panel and collaborator, we tried to craft a conversation here tonight, which we hope will continue throughout a number of other series of events that we'll be planning that look specifically about the relationship between landscape, cities, and essentially solutions to many of the overriding concerns and topics of our world today. So that's all I'm going to say on that, and I'm going to hand over to Beatrice Grenier, who is the head curator at the Fondation Cartier, who's going to give a short overview of also her position on this, and then we will move over to our beautiful sofa and have our final conversation. So welcome, Beatrice, and thank you so much again, everybody.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for staying with us for this last panel. Yes. So in this last panel, we heard Asima ask the question to Ma and Sandra how their project was related to contributing to a new proposition for a new museum of our time. And since we are the last panel, we thought it would be interesting to kind of take a step back, perhaps on a different scale, and continue to think about this question, but perhaps on a more urban scale, and precisely to think about the relationship between landscape and the museum, and how the two are actually working together to pose the question, what would be a culture for our time? Our panel is entitled A Planetary Landscape, and I wanted to start by showing you this painting of Zhao Yuan from the Yuan dynasty, which is a scroll that depicts a lush landscape. You see trees in the foreground that kind of lead your eye to intricate rock formations and mountains. And it's interesting to notice how everything, rocks, mountains, river streams, elements of the natural world exist on the same plane as architecture and the presence of people. Indeed, you don't quite notice the architecture at first glance, but in fact, it is really the central element of the composition. And it is indeed what allows for the human figures to be within nature. So the pavilion, the ultimate kind of typology of architecture, is actually allowing the human figure within the painting to both live within nature, but also look out onto it. So it's a very beautiful idea that's embedded in the painting. And I wanted to point out that a recent and contemporary manifestation of this idea is right across the park. Jeannie Gang's recent extension of the Natural History Museum certainly also plays on this notion of architecture enabling our relationship with nature. So what is also striking and beautiful about this painting is that it is precisely this coexistence between nature and architecture and this balance that's achieved between the two that really enables an overall sense of beauty in the painting. Indeed, it seems like nothing could exist in isolation, and this is something that the practice of architect Wang Shu reminds us. he points out that indeed the kind of apogee of Chinese landscape painting coincided with one of the most sophisticated periods of architectural innovation in the Song Dynasty China. So the relationship between man, architecture, and nature certainly endures in art history beyond the 13th century painting that you see here. And indeed, aside from the literati tradition, landscape has always been at the center of our different cultures. It has contributed to shaping entire movements. If we think of the Hudson School of Painting, the Group of Seven, the Pre-Raphaelites, 19th century Romanticism. And so in this sense, if you take the painting out of the museum and into the urban discourse, landscape is the field of architecture which is responsible for crystallizing human culture and its relationship to the natural world at a city scale. If we think about it, agriculture is designed land, waterfront access mediates and enables our imagination vis-a-vis rivers and oceans, and public parks sample the representation of nature in our cities. Landscape architecture allows us to step out of the museum and into the experience of culture. But in the last 20 years, it seems that aesthetics have sort of been a bit tuned down within the discourse of landscape, while paradoxically it is precisely what allows for it to thrive from a cultural standpoint. Indeed, it is essential that our architecture in our cities conjure the circumstances for the notion of beauty within nature and beauty within landscape be possible and visible, and thus for the ecological discourse to thrive in productive ways. This is why we are gathered here in a museum to reflect on the cultural, aesthetic, pedagogical, and architectural dimensions of landscape. And we have the opportunity to do so with three exceptional individuals who, through their practice, have contributed to, by placing the urgency of designing and shaping sustainable infrastructure together with the importance of aesthetics, together on the same level playing field within their practice, are really together contributing to foster the premises of a global movement and ambition for the discipline. So I hope you enjoy the panel and the conversation.
Please welcome to the stage Yu Kong-yan, Jo Christa Giraso, Lisa Sweetking, with Beatrice Galilee and Béatrice Grenier.
So, Professor Yu Kong-jan, you are the principal and founder of Turnscape. Your work has contributed to especially with the notion and technique of sponge city, has contributed to completely transforming the discipline of landscape architecture. And you have also introduced some transformational pedagogical ways to teach landscape infrastructure in China. So I would like to ask you to open our panel with a presentation of key projects you would like to share with the audience.
Thank you, Beatrice. It is a great honor to share my thinking about landscape today. I can see you talk about the beautiful picture about Chinese royal painting from royal family. But today, the landscape culture I'm talking is totally opposite, totally different, which is a landscape of productivity, healing, and adaptation. Not just pleasure making, not just beauty, but how can you make this kind of landscape also beautiful? Now that's challenging for today. We all enjoy this fruit of industrial civilization. At the same time, we suffer its byproducts, including the planet itself. The conventional solution to deal with this problem we are facing today, flood, drought, habitat loss, and so on, is this we call the gray infrastructure. Concrete, stronger and stronger concrete, walls, channelizing the river, aqueduct, and the concrete pipe system. Now, this kind of gray infrastructure can be very effective, very short-sighted, but usually they increase the risk, higher risk of disaster of nature. Meanwhile, create more carbon emissions. You can see, so we are talking about cutting carbon emissions today, carbon credit, carbon trading. But actually, carbon emission increasing dramatically. I can expect in the next 20 years, you will see more carbon emission. It's too late already. It's an urgency to have adaptation solution, which is nature-based solution. I call spongy planet. Use water instead of carbon, or in addition to carbon as a solution, as a key solution to solve today's problems, holistic solutions, which was, I imagine, the planetary landscape. 3 strategies which are totally opposite to the conventional solution, which is slow down water, retain water, slow down water, and adapt water. Those strategies are totally opposite to the conventional solution. Conventionally, we build a dam to accumulate water, channelize the river, flush away the flood, and build a high wall to fight against water. But today's the nature-based landscape, totally opposite. And this kind of solution is based on the lower culture of landscape. Not as a higher culture, not beautiful paintings, but this farming, water management, adaptation, that I call the survival skill, the survival art of landscape. Use a very simple tool to transform the landscape from the slope to the delta, such as terracing, ponding, diking and ponding, and islanding to create landscape which are productive, sustainable, beautiful, and biodiverse. Now, apply this kind of technique, upgrading this ancient wisdom. I've been tried for the past 25 years and built over 1,000 projects in more than 200 cities in China. Solves the problem of flood, drought, habitat loss, and build beautiful park for the city. I just want to give you 2 of these kind of projects in the same city. Sanya, the tropical island in South China. One is about healing the city by building a sponge city right in the middle of the city by terracing, ponding, islanding. Create a simple, very simple technique. Create a sponge in the middle of the city. That's the execution of this scheme. 2 years later, you create a beautiful park, forest over the lake, skywalk above the canopy, and underneath, you will have a beautiful habitat for biodiversity. This comparison before and after. In just 4 years, we were able to transform this floodable area into a beautiful urban center, right in the middle of the city. That you can see under the canopy, people walk underneath during the dry season. During the monsoon season, you have beautiful place that can regulate 1 million cubic meter of storm water and save the city. That's before, and this is after. And catalyst, a new urban center in Sanya. Another example is how can your nature-based solution, instead of building higher and higher and a wall to protect the city from being flooded by the sea level rising, we actually remove seawall and introduce the water into the city. That's the site, and that was the seawall. You can see introduces the salty water and meet with the fresh water. We created this brackish water, and that's a habitat for mangrove to get established. So one side is for the habitat, the other side for people to use the park. Now that's about 3 years later. You have a large vegetation, and you create this beautiful park, and at the same time, you have this resilient waterfront. Certainly, architecture play a key role here, allow people to enjoy the landscape. That's today's landscape. So we are talking about the city and the nature. So that's the future. How can we heal the byproducts of the industrial civilization? Meanwhile, how can we adapt the changing planet? That's the future landscape. Thank you.
So Christa, you're a landscape architect in Rwanda, and you're at Mass Design Group, which is a really exciting firm that we've also featured at the World Around before. They build, they have kind of multiple nonprofit manifestations, and you've been working with them for some time, most recently with the Dian Fossey Gorilla Project and others. And we would love to hear from you about maybe a couple of projects just to introduce your work. Yeah, we would love to hear more. Thank you, Jo Christa.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. Allow me to introduce to you my charming friend, the gallium. It's not this beautiful gorilla, but it's the plant. It's his favorite plant. So this Gallium renzoriens is a very small vine that grows in the Volcano Park, in the Volcano National Park of Rwanda, and it is also known as Rukararambwe in Kinyarwanda. And as some of us may know, volcano population has doubled thanks to conservation efforts. Unfortunately, the gallium is dwindling in the park by 40%, and that's affecting the gorilla and their food supply. So I joined Mass Design Group in August of 2020 as a site landscape architect on the construction of the Ellen DeGeneres campus for the Dian Fossey Gorilla Fund. And the Dian Fossey Gorilla Fund is an institution that promotes the conservation, the protection, and the study of gorilla and their habitat. And at Mass, we designed their new campus, and we were trying to recreate the ecologies that we find in the park. So when I joined the Mass, my task was to source, propagate, and plant 120 native species. And this list of plants have been researched by my Mass colleagues and also researchers at the Dian Fossey Gorilla Fund. By trying to recreate the ecologies that we find in the park and in the gorilla habitat, we're also trying to understand in the future projects like reforestation projects, what will it require? So that's 120 native plants I'm talking about. We couldn't find them or purchase them in any nursery in the country. Each one of these plants has to be sourced by local community naturalists who knew their Kinyarwanda name, even though we had a list of Latin names, so it was a little bit challenging. And coming back to the gallium, we started with trying to identify the plant. So a Google research gives us 21 pictures, but only 4 of these pictures are the gallium renzoriens. So with the help of the scientists and the local community, we were able to identify and source it. So the next challenge became propagate it in the nursery. So we had a nursery, but the gallium will not grow, and we didn't understand why. We tried different methods, and at the verge of giving up, we saw it thriving in the nursery. So we learned that the gallium grow with the least interaction with humans. So for months, we scoured the parks in the country, trying to source all of these 120 native species. Eventually, we found and propagated more than 250,000 plants, and that includes 110 species of the 120. And now getting back to the demography of Rwanda, Rwanda population is growing. It has tripled in the past 5 decades, and looking at the next, in 2050, it's planned to double again. And this has been affecting the land use, whereby 3 decades ago, 80% of the country was covered in forests and grassland, but today only 20% remain, and the rest have been converted to farming and agriculture. So this is pushing us to find sustainable ways for food production, and at the same time, trying to rewild our ecosystem, our nature. So coming back to the Dian Fossey Gorilla Fund, the 120 native species were selected in their plant communities in the park, and it has been, those plants became a key to unlock the future rewilding efforts. So by jumpstarting these plant communities in the campus, we were able to attract more native plants in the campus, brought in by birds and other animals, and probably the shoes of people who went in the park. So, and this has been a key to see more biodiversity on site. So we have seen a lot of fauna, and that includes more than 52 species of birds and endemic species such as the Karisimbi tree frog. So this restoration efforts showed us that it's possible to restore our nature. And it's happening way faster than we can imagine, because all of these animals and the changes that we saw on the campus only happened in 2 years. So we can imagine what will happen in maybe 10 years or 20 years. And we believe that we can do it because we know how to do it if we decide to do so. And it doesn't happen in only maybe the northern part of the country. Rewilding is possible in every ecosystem. The other project I'd like to talk about is the Rwanda Institute of Conservation Agriculture. It is located in the southern part of Rwanda, east southern part, woodland, and this institute promotes conservation agriculture practices and at the same time train generations of students with the best practice for healthy and sustainable food sources production. In this campus, in this region particularly, one of the main issues is species that are endangered, such as the gray-crowned crane. This bird is very local to the area, but it is endangered where we have less than 1,000 left in the country. With the design of this campus, we adopted a One Health approach by combining low-carbon materials and techniques, and at the same time, a landscape design that integrates native species. And RICA now promised us to become the first climate-positive campus in the world, where by 2040, the design of the campus will offset all the embodied carbon of the construction, making it a carbon sink from that point forward. So by prioritizing the health and well-being of human, animal, and plants, we are recreating this balanced ecosystem, and we are creating more safe space and habitat for endangered species. I'd like to come back to the Gallium rensoriens. That plant and the whole process we learned from it is a window into a system of regeneration, of coexistence, of rewilding, and creating back that balanced ecosystem. So at MAS, we have learned a lot from the research, the design, and the implementation of these new ways of working, integrative, and that are integrative of the different approaches that we have. And we have created the Abundant Future Lab, and we invite you all to join us in this rewilding efforts and this global conversation whereby we discuss how we can adopt on a larger scale the One Health approach into action. Thank you for having me.
So Lisa Switkin, you are a landscape architect and you are a partner at Field Operations based in New York here. Your projects over the last 20 years have really contributed to completely reshaping cities, among others the High Line and Fishkill Park here in New York. You have also, through your practice, introduced some concepts that I think can really help us rethink our relationship between monuments, museums, and nature. So I hope you can allude to those in your presentation. Yeah.
Sure. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. I'm really inspired to be with my colleagues here, as well as all the previous presentations and work, and in addition to the conversations that we've been having. So Field Operations is a landscape architecture and urban design project, practice, not project, I guess it is a project. And we're based in New York, but we also have offices in San Francisco and also in Philadelphia and in Shenzhen, China. And I think, you know, I've been there since the beginning, really, for over 20 years, and I just want to say, because we're about 90 people now, and I feel so fortunate to work with such an incredibly talented team, and all of the work here is very much a collective effort. I think that's something that's very ingrained in landscape. I think it's not really about an individual, but it's really a collective effort. Our work is really grounded in the synthesis of cities and nature. We make a commitment to actually work in cities, particularly. And, you know, the projects really range in scale, from large-scale districts to parks to corridors to streets to plazas, everything in the public realm. And we really sort of see our work really at working to integrate sort of urban systems, ecosystems, community or social systems, but also with this kind of larger idea that design matters, and it actually helps to create a connection to place, to community, to nature. This was actually one of the first diagrams we ever did to sort of talk about collaboration. This is like a 20-year-old diagram, so the resolution might be a little bit low. But I still sort of, it rings true today because it talks about the sort of, not only the respect and the sort of, you know, dependence on all of these different disciplines, but also that together you sort of increase the impact and the influence of working in the public realm when you do sort of have this relationship. Open space today is really, I don't want to say burdened because it's actually a great opportunity, but it's being asked to do more than it ever has before. It's asked to be all of these things: a catalyst, a connector, infrastructure, habitat, a buffer, a filter. You know, we're asked to sort of create access to nature, to create respite and recreation. It has to be an amenity, but it's also a place to foster and build community. And all of these things are kind of, I think, taken in a way that does come with a great responsibility. So I wanted to share two projects that kind of show a spectrum of how we're both realizing and approaching specifically projects that think about resiliency and climate adaptation, which I think is sort of a through line perhaps in some of our work. This is Gansevoort Peninsula in Hudson River Park. It just opened last year. It's a 5.5-acre peninsula. And it really seeks to kind of balance and create a balance between community amenities, between resiliency, between water access, as well as ecological restoration. It also is the site of Manhattan's first public beach. It's perched up high, and this is a sort of resiliency measure. But I think what's unique about it being a peninsula, the rest of Hudson River Park is primarily piers. And so a peninsula just means that it's not only attached to the land, but it itself is land. And so that just gave us the opportunity to do things differently than you could on the piers and other structures along the Hudson River. And one of the things that we really tried to do, similar to Kang Jung-yu, you know, some of the things you were showing, was to create an alternative to the sort of more standard, typical bulkheaded edge. And in this case, the project is really about elongating these kind of transitions and transects, moving, in this case, and experientially, you know, from the dunes, opening up into the sandy beach, going down to the sort of rocky ledges, which have tidal pools and other things that kind of shift and change with the daily tides. On the north side, which is a little bit calmer, surprisingly, the Hudson River, like the biggest wakes are actually from ferries, but it creates a very turbulent condition. We actually created a salt marsh, and this also has intertidal and submerged habitat. Here you can see some of that going in. You see the sort of reef balls and oyster gabions. They were seeded with 20 million juvenile oysters, and you can see them coming to life. I feel like all of us have this thing where like, this is my friend, the oyster, and this is my friend, the coconut, and this is, but I like that. And it creates this salt marsh that also, again, fluctuates with the tides. At a much sort of bigger scale, and this was actually sparked by a conversation we had, I wanted to share our more speculative work on an unrealized project, the Tidal Basin in Washington, D.C. This is an extremely significant cultural landscape in the city. For those that don't know it, it really is positioned right at the meeting of the Potomac River and the Washington Channel. This was a man-made reservoir, and it was sort of meant to flush out and hold sediments and also be a work of infrastructure, but also a centerpiece for monuments and other things. The tidal basin is actually slowly sinking about 1/2 inch every year, and at the same time, you have water levels rising in the Potomac, you have more frequent storm events, and the floodgates themselves, due to like deferred maintenance, are not working anymore, so the silting is continuing to happen. And we were part of the 2020 the Tidal Basin Ideas Lab. This drawing is actually, I think, just really dramatic and powerful, and even beginning to showcase, like, what does this mean? You sort of see the relationship of a person in the current condition, their relationship to each of the monuments on the left as the sort of rising levels of the water continue to rise. As part of this ideas competition, we were asked to put forward an idea, and we felt like we had to put forward 3 because it was really difficult to think about what to do in this context. And so this also kind of shows a spectrum working from what we called curate entropy, which I'll talk about a little bit more, which was really about allowing the naturalization and sort of flooding to happen, to the middle one, which was really about creating a series of islands that protected the individual monuments, to the protect and preserve, which was maybe a more standard kind of way to deal with it, but it was taking a large earthwork that creates community, that creates an amenity, of course, in and of itself, but it actually protects and preserves the current condition of the basin. So curate entropy actually had the most, I would say, provoked the most conversation and had a lot of interest in it because it really sort of looked at what if we actually protected the National Mall to the north, but then we allowed everything else to flood. And this sort of naturalization was allowed to happen. And even creating the imagery, it was then you experienced the basin through an elevated walkway that just brought you into a very different spatial relationship to the monuments. So here you see someone who's basically at eye level with the MLK Memorial. But it also started to think about what would this mean, you know, if things kind of began to actually naturally decay and there was a graceful aging of the monuments themselves and that naturalization and texture overtook. And I think this was really just meant to provoke a conversation about what it would mean to sort of rethink preservation, ecology, culture, all of these things. Thank you. I'll leave you with FDR.
So perhaps the first, we have a few questions for all of you, which we hope will put your work also in relation. But I would like to start with a question for Professor Yu Kongjian. You, after your studies in the United States and your work here, you returned to China in the late 90s, I believe, and you did a lot of work to advocate for a different way to teach landscape architecture in universities in China. And I would be curious to hear you speak to how this work gave way to a true transformation of this pedagogy, and also what is the place of the discipline in culture in China today?
Yes, as I just mentioned at the beginning, China has a long history, 5,000 years history. But the industrialization only been shrinked to 30 years, almost 30 years. We, from fairly agricultural civilization, all the way go to industrial civilization in 30 years. So as a byproduct, you will see we almost messed up the whole thousands years of heritage, both natural and cultural heritage. So cultural heritage, what I'm talking is we have two kinds of heritage. One is a high culture, which you depicted, this beautiful painting, the rockery, the beautiful Chinese traditional garden, which been, for fairly few elite. At the same time, we have a huge, 90% is lower culture, which is totally invisible. How do you cultivate the land? How do you adapt to the flood? How do you survive? No history. Almost no one, no poetry, no painting, no one talking about. When you go to the museum, go to the library here, everyone is talking about the Chinese culture. Actually, it's only this very minority elite culture. Only beauty. No farming, okay? No fighting against water. No survival wisdom. But, as I said, when we go through all these 30 years industrial urbanization, when we messed up, when you wiped out all this heritage, we suddenly feel that when we build our city based on this great infrastructure, the city failed. Almost all city fails because we have different climate. The climate is totally different from London, from European, which are developed countries. But we simply copy those great infrastructure and build the Chinese city overnight. That's why you need a new solution to solve the problem, to heal what we have messed up. The pollution, the flood, the drought, and the concrete. Now that's come out my solution. Go back to the farm, my root. I was born in a small village. I spent 17 years in the small village, and I know how you can live with a monsoon flood, how you can cultivate the land, how you create pond system to adapt to the monsoon flood, and use and recycle the water during the dry season, and recycle the nutrient in order to make it sustainable. So that's the landscape today, I think we need today, right? So how can you heal, how can you adapt this new planet? So that's different cultural landscape, different culture. So that when I come back, I create this, I think, new approach. Different from the gardening, wonderful heritage Chinese culture, but that's only for enjoyment, for pleasure making, for ornamental, to try to make some landscape which help to survive. Yes.
Christa, what I loved about your project was that many of the work that you've been doing with Master Group is about landscape as agriculture, the work of design as something for non-human animals, gorillas, for mountains. It seems super, it's one of the reasons that we wanted to hear from you. In particular, I would love to know a little bit more about the specificity and the uniqueness of working in Rwanda. And your experiences as a landscape designer that are dealing often with the non-human and not so much in the urban. We'd love to hear from you about that.
Yeah, thanks. I would say that we are privileged to work in Rwanda because it's a fast-developing country, and it has so many policies that are supporting in different sectors. And specifically, working with our partners, we have created great collaboration with them. And I would even say that most of the design that we have, the different design approach we have on project have been adapted by others across the country through all the years we've been in Rwanda. And also, one thing that I would say that is kind of constricting somehow would be when it comes to a fast developing country that is also landlocked, sometimes getting the most sustainable materials can be a limit. So we have to partner with our client or our partners to see which materials work best, what can we find locally, and how can we adapt. And also most of our approach are innovative in a way that we try to adopt what is happening in the country, what is the culture, and we have to engage with the community to understand what will be the best solution to what they need, and at the same time innovate using what we have locally. So in few words, I would say that it's great working with in a country that is welcoming new ideas, that is very innovative in that sense, where we bring new ideas and approach in design, and they are well adapted, and we create great collaborations. Yeah.
Thank you. This is a question that I think probably we could ask all of you to respond to, but one thing that I wanted to pose to you specifically, Lisa, is of course we know that landscape architecture is a generative discipline where it's responsible in ways that are a bit different than buildings as units, is that they're responsible for creating communities. I mean, you showed the Gansfork Peninsula, for example. It's this idea of creating a new possibility within the city. But of course, that requires on your behalf an anticipation of the time factor, how these communities will eventually appropriate themselves the spaces, but also how plants and natural elements will grow to create that space. So how do you factor in time within your design?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think that landscape architects, I feel like, are sort of ingrained with having what I call like the long view. It's really embedded into our training and our thinking and our mindset, and it's kind of two different, more than two, multiple continuums. There's like the sites and the grounds that we work with. They have a long history before we arrive. There's a really deep, usually, engagement in history while we're working on them, and then there's like this long period once we leave and we're no longer alive. And so I think there's like the past, present, futures idea, but then there's also like hour-to-hour subtleties, like even with the tides or with the sunlight, and there's like day and night subtleties, and people, for example, on the High Line, it's like, now you probably can't run there, but if you were to run, it's first thing in the morning, right, before anyone comes. And then there's the sort of seasonal variety. There's the sort of annual rhythms and celebrations and milestones, and parks are usually places that kind of mark that. So I think time is like, you have to see it in so many different ways, and I think some of that is very much thought through and perhaps intentionally designed. Some of it is more like invitational, or you sort of provide prompts in different ways for people to engage with the site and the place, and then some of it really just evolves on its own. And I think, it's probably some of the more rewarding things is when you see people using spaces, some of which you imagined and some of which you never, could have imagined. And I think just generally the notion of like landscape as a concept of something that matures and grows and sort of becomes healthier and stronger over time is perhaps even just a different framework than seeing it as something that decays and ages and loses, that over time. So it's kind of a beautiful metaphor to think about work and projects. And
yeah, we were actually talking a little bit about this with Professor Yu. I mean, you mentioned yesterday that in around 40 years, in around 100 years, 40% of our coastlines will be gone, right? And I think just to build on this question about time, this role of kind of imagination, science, information, science fiction, how do you prepare, how do you plan and prepare for this future? As part of your work, it's kind of involves so much creativity, but also you need all these facts and anticipation.
Yes, I think it's certainly we have this global climate issue, crisis. It is a crisis. Sea level rising, hot, fire, drought. Yesterday, you see just Brazil got flooded, and Libya got flooded, and Dubai got flooded. So the whole globe, we have a crisis. So, and there's two solutions. You can fix the sky, cut the carbon emission, but that's too late. So the second solution is the landscape, the nature-based solution. And you have to think globally. You cannot just build walls surrounding Manhattan because water is over there. It's in Amazon, it's in Yangtze River, it's in Yangtze River. So think globally. That's a planet landscape. I will suggest that we have to really think this post-industrial landscape must be think as a globe. It is a globe. We have a period which make gardens. People make garden, individual gardens, European gardens, Chinese gardens, Middle East gardens. No, that's agricultural civilization. And here we come to New York. We build a Central Park. We have a green system. We have all these linear greenways. No, that's industrial civilization, serving the people, let the city to be within nature. Now we come to another civilization which needed to fix the whole globe. Now that's why my suggestion or my proposal is a sponge city, sponge region, sponge watershed, and a sponge planet to fix it, because 40% of the water actually come from the land, not actually come from ice cap. Come from the land. The ground is dropping. It's drying out. If we can fill in the underground water, the aquifer, we can virtually solve the problem by 50%. Yeah. Right? So that's the landscape, transformation of the global surface, and fix the planet, and eventually you create a healthy planet, and you solve both problems, carbon emission and adaptation, like that. So that's the future of landscape architecture. Yes. Yeah, that's in Bangkok, right in the middle of the city, and we done it in 1 year. Fix the CCPs in 1 year, a transformation. Solves the problem of flood. Yeah. You can see, cheap, not expensive. Now, 90% of investment today is trying to build some high technology. And we didn't fix it. We cannot fix it, and it fails, almost fail. But we don't even invest 5% to this planet, to the global surface. If you invest the same amount of money to use a nature-based solution to landscape, we can virtually solve the problem. That's my imagination.
Very convincing. It's a very convincing proposition.
But it requires us all to work together.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. It requires all of us to work together. You often place in opposition this idea of garden and landscape as a kind of also, dichotomy between, culture that is for the elite and then mass culture. So what you call a big foot and small foot aesthetics, which is a very clear and also convincing idea. And I perhaps want to hear from Christa in how you think your work is related to shaping a culture, and also how you think that perhaps landscape is also a tool to teach certain values that you all share.
Yeah. I'd love to talk about the campus of the Ellen DeGeneres, the Dine-Fossey. The landscape approach we had there was intentionally to be educational, whereby by recreating those spaces that we find in the park, we gave access to people who can't be in the park, like, let's say, children who are not allowed, or people with disability. Now they can learn from the spaces we have designed. And also the scientists who used to spend weeks in the park trying to collect some data, now they can get it at the doorstep. Also, we had main features like interpretive, sorry, the trails that has signposts that shows different information that we should learn from. So we have like a trail that teaches about the gorilla life or the ecologies we find in the park. So those trails are intentionally to be educational to people who are coming to the campus, who spend time there and get to learn more. And there are some parts where some area dedicated to reforestation where we tried 3 different methods of reforestation, and we are hoping that we collect data. It's already being collected right now on how large scale of reforestation, what will work better compared to what they've learned from the campus. So I would say that the landscape design approach we have is really straightforward, educational, because a lot of people can learn from it, and you can see the changes within a few years. Yeah.
And Lisa, everybody in this room knows the High Line, but also I feel like everybody in the world knows the High Line somehow, right? Like, talking of a planetary landscape, I was interested in your perspective on the idea of like influence, like case studies and the influence of these ideas. So with the High Line, this approach, which I know many people were involved, including board member Liz Diller, and we all see the impact, the instant impact of that story in New York and the replicas in cities all over the world, looking at available infrastructures, old applications for railways, or is it Underline in Miami, and from your perspective, is that something that is is there a kind of an intention? Is there a sort of intention with that? Is that a hope that you guys are kind of incubating ideas that could be applied elsewhere? Or is it, not, you kind of encourage people to be more sort of regional and bespoke and considered? Like, what's your perspective on that?
I think so when we started work on the High Line, and I actually worked on the original competition in 2004, and it was like my thesis project and my master's degree, so I have like a very long history with it.
The world expert on the High Line.
No, but it's, I think that there was one other global precedent, which was the Promenade Plantée in Paris, and we all actually went. There's some of the Friends of the High Line members here. We went together and traveled to see it, and I think that the High Line in its best kind of permutations is something that helps people to kind of see things anew, right? Because it was a piece of infrastructure that was really seen as an eyesore. It was actually slated to be torn down. And then it was galvanized by the community to save it. And but it's not the copy-paste thing. I think every place that sort of, whatever that infrastructure is or thing that you're sort of thinking of reusing, recycling, going back to the first presentation of the has to be specific to the place. And I think it is an inspiration for people also, just that it was able to be so successful. I mean, it's hard to believe it today, but there was lots of questions when we started about who would want to go there anyway? And it's sort of dark, and it cuts through the middle of the city, and it's kind of, so, I think that is inspiring. There's also lots of other narratives and things that have happened around it that, we're also investigating and looking into in terms of, some of the things that have happened post the High Line that aren't necessarily the High Line's fault, but gentrification and all of these other things that are happening that are sort of part of that story as well, which is why it was great to see Asima here, because the network, tries to share these things and actually talk about them with community leaders and others who have these ideas, so it's not something that is sort of shied away from, it's actually, intentionally looked at up front. But I would just say that, in terms of some of the things that Kang Jung-yu is saying, I think this idea of figuring out a way to go beyond property lines and look at the scale of the problem, at the scale of the watershed, at the scale of the planet, that it's not, yes, we still have to deal with all of the permits and property lines and this, that, and the other, but it just feels like it's shocking to me that we can't all work together and find, even these resiliency projects in and around New York, it's you're okay, but this is here and this is here, and you realize there's this vulnerable gap in the middle that none of this is protected if that, so I do think that's incredibly important to be able to kind of come up and look at the problem at the scale of the problem.
Absolutely. Yeah. I don't know if any of you perhaps want to respond to this, but Professor Yu, you have kind of on this question of influence and working together, you have sort of famously wrote, textbook manuals for city mayors and really, try to kind of foster this awareness across, not only within your own discipline and colleagues, but on a political and administrative scale. So what are the next steps for, for all of you? I think this is a question, in terms of, growing collaborative work and where to situate the discourse of landscape for it to be the most effective and collaborative. Yeah.
Yes. I should thank Michael Sorkin. He is a citizen of New York who translated my book called Letter to Leaders of China. I literally sent many letters to top leadership in China and convince them to take this nature-based solution, sponge city, and protection of watershed and seas. Actually, tomorrow I fly to Vatican, to Italy, also to speak about how can we actually have very totally different vision about how can we solve the planet problem. Right now, we are always narrow-minded. Carbon, think of carbon. Water, think of water. So I think that's the problem. This globe is land-based. It is nature-based. And the professions that deal with nature-based, that design with nature-based, it's landscape, right? It's landscape, design with nature. Yeah. So, and it certainly, so you have to think about retention of water, keep the water, slow down water, and adapt water. That's the whole, when you deal with water, you solve the problem of heat. When you have water, you create biodiversity. When you have water in the city, you virtually cool off the city. So it's a holistic solution to deal with planet issues. Not single-minded, not just to try to use concrete and steel to protect the city. That's because that will create more carbon. That's the tragedy of industrial civilization. And also just focus on carbon. Carbon is everywhere. So it's become a tragedy of commons. How can you trade carbon? It's a greenwash for many companies, right? you get a carbon credit, and you buy from Amazon, a piece of Amazon, and you
monetizing carbon.
Yeah, more carbon production here. So I think that doesn't work very well. Maybe we certainly need to cut carbon emission, but we don't forget that we have to deal with from backyard to the stream, watershed, and think about the planet. That I think that may be the only solution. Yeah, the nature-based solution.
Well, I feel like it goes back. Like we've come so far from learning from our ancestors, and that's very like this idea of environmental reciprocity and indigenous cultures that sort of have been doing this for as long as humans have walked, the earth. I mean, this is part of this culture of care and understanding that we're not just taking, but we're giving, and everything is interconnected, and we're part of nature ourselves. And I mean, it's just a very different mindset.
Yeah. Well, when you think about that, usually you think globally, act locally. It seems you think like it's too big. The global surface is too big, but actually not. When you look at how the Aztec people, the Mexican people doing with terracing the slope, how the Chinese people terracing the slope to grow rice, how the people in Pearl River Delta area, they cultivate this rice for 1,000 years, and transforms the marsh into productive pond and dike system, and build a city, and it's beautiful, productive, biodiversity healthy. And Indonesia, rice paddies, been there for 1,000 years. So I think that we have to learn from this, I call it the art of survival, not the art of ornament, the art of survival. That can make today, can we save today? It's global issues. Because when certainly the European industrialization, which creates this city-built model, like the Dutch model here. At that time, the climate is mild, okay? The climate is mild. So we copy this kind of urbanization model, dump into India, dump to China, dump to Singapore, and those areas actually are monsoon area. So all cities fail because this great infrastructure simply have no resilience. Yeah. Are you going to invest again, or you can fix this kind of hard concrete infrastructure? That can be $1 trillion. For example, New York. Maybe you can invest, you can afford that. But can India afford that? Can China afford that? Can the globe afford that? No.
Well, and it has one purpose, and only, there's no co-benefits, right? I mean, it does one thing only.
Yeah. So that's, I think we have to rethink this way we deal with the problem.
So I think that, at least from my perspective, that is a pretty exciting place to
survive.
Kind of, to leave us all with at least this passion. And I think, we're all feeling very energized by all of your words and your projects, and feeling that one of the principles of investigating landscape is to kind of expand the role of architecture and the role of an architecture organization like the World Around to be including these conversations. And at least for us, this is just the beginning. And so I really thank you, Lisa, Jo, Christa, Congenyu, and Beatrice for this incredible panel that I think gives us so much to think about. So thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful.
And that also concludes this year's World Around Summit. So thank you so much for all of you for joining us for this afternoon. Thank you so much to the Guggenheim. Thank you to the tech teams. Thank you to the World Around's production teams, curatorial work done by everybody here. Thank you for our audience for staying with us, our supporters, Fondation Cartier, Unifor, Graham Foundation, the World Around Circles, the World Around Board, the World Around Advisory Board. It's it takes a village. So thank you all so much for being here. Stay in touch, and we'll see you later in the year. More soon.